Tonight is October 28th, 2025. Thank you all for being here. This is the Development Review Commission. I am Andrew Johnson. I'm chair of the commission. The Development Review Commission is created to hold public meetings and hearings to provide analysis and recommendations to the City Council regarding general land use policies and applications where the commission has recommendatory power, and to render final decisions on specified applications where the commission has final decision-making power, including but not limited to all aspects of a proposed and future development. The Development Review Commission recognizes that the creation of a desirable environment through the city for residents, business, and industry is a prime requisite for the independence of land values, aesthetics, and good site planning by promoting harmonious, safe, attractive, and compatible development that is therefore considered to be in the best interest of public health, safety, and general welfare. Any person aggrieved by a final decision of the Development Review Commission may file an appeal to the City Council within 15 calendar days after the Development Review Commission has rendered its decision. Development Review Commission recommendations to the City Council are not final decisions. Tonight with us on the commission, we have to my far left, Commissioner Joe Forte and Commissioner Linda Spears. To my far right, we have Commissioner Robert Miller, Commissioner Larry Tong, and Vice Chair Michelle Schwartz. Tonight with us from staff, the city staff, we do have Jeff Tamalevich, Ryan Levake, Michelle Balke, Diana Kaminsky, Karen Scavan, Chris Jasper, Robert Mansalio, Lucas Jensen, Whitney Mayfield, Alexander Bosworth, Warren Rivera, Joanna Berry, and Jason Mole. The members of the public that are wishing to speak tonight, I'll just reiterate one more time for arrivals. We ask you to fill out one of these cards, and you can bring that up to Ms. Berry here front, and you'll be given up 3 minutes to speak. Staff will assist in monitoring that time. Also, please note that the WebEx chat box is not monitored or moderated. Okay, tonight we'll review our agenda. We have met in our study session and developed a consent agenda. I will discuss each one of those consent agenda items and offer an opportunity if someone wishes to speak on one of those tonight, then I can pull that from our consent agenda. But if we do have it on our consent agenda, we will vote on that consent agenda as a whole in affirmative and approve all of those items on the consent agenda. But part of that, I would like to get a recommendation for consideration of our meeting minutes from September 9th, 2025 from the study session and regular meeting. Can I get a motion for that item, for those meeting minutes?
I'll note.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Miller. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Forte. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. Okay, next I will go through our consent agenda. And if anyone in here is wishing to speak on one of these items that I'm calling out, please get my attention and we can pull that. First item on our consent agenda is item 3A, which is a request for a development plan review for 2 new industrial buildings for Sky Harbor Logistics. Okay, we'll keep that one on our consent agenda. Item A, which is a request a time extension for a use permit to reduce required 60% ground floor use requirements in the TOD station area for mixed-use development, consisting of 272 dwelling units and commercial use on 1.95 acres for Apache Square. Okay, that will remain. Item 4C, request a use permit to allow 2 required parking spaces within the front yard setback. Home improvement. Okay, that will remain on our consent. Item 4E, which is request a use permit to allow 2 required parking spaces within front yard setback for Black residents. Item 4F, request a use permit to allow retail with vehicle service station fuel sales in the general industrial district zoning or break time market. And with this one, we do have rule which we discussed in our study session. Okay, so we will keep that one on consent. Item 4G, which is request to use permit to allow the buyer in the zoning district for University Sports Grill. Okay, item 4H is request to use permit to allow 2 required parking spaces within the front yard setback and a use permit for a detached engineered shade structure for Casper Additions. Item 4 on our consent agenda, 4I, request to use permit to allow 2 required parking spaces within the front yard setback for Venagala residents.
Yeah, Johnson
Yes,
absolutely wants to speak on.
on 4I. Okay, so we'll pull that one from our consent agenda. Item 4J on our consent agenda, request to use permit to allow 1 required parking space within the front yard setback and use permit to increase the maximum height of wall fence within the required front yard setback for the Penderbath residents. Okay, item 4K, request to use permit to allow massage establishment for the One Spa. Item 4L, request to use permit to reduce the front yard setback from 20 to 16 feet. A use permit standard to reduce the reverse frontage building setback from 20 to 16 feet. And a major development plan review for an 11-unit single-family townhome development for 806 University Townhomes. Okay, item 4M, request to use permit for an engineered shade structure within the front yard setback over the existing driveway for the bus Aparisu carport. Did you wish to speak on that item tonight? Okay. Item 4N, request to use permit to allow a massage establishment for the One Zoning District or Angelic Touch Spa. Okay, item 4O, request to use permit to allow an entertainment business, racing simulation for racing rituals. And 4P, request to use permit standard to reduce the north and south side yard setbacks from 10 feet to 8 feet for the Francis Street lot split. And the last item on our consent agenda is item 5A, which is request an amended plan area development overlay to establish development standards related to building height, parking, lot coverage, landscaping, and building setbacks in the development plan review for a new 6-story mixed-use development with 315 dwelling units for Rio 2100 residences. Okay, so the consent agenda, I will read it one last time, and just by the letters and the numbers. On our consent agenda tonight, we have item 3A, item 4C. Sorry, we need to do this order. Item 3A, item 4A, item 4C, item 4F with added conditions of approval, item 4G, item 4H, item 4J, item 4Q, item 4L, item 4M, item 4N, item 4O, item 4T, and item 5A is our consent agenda. Can I get a motion for the approval of our consent agenda?
Need to approve the consent agenda as well.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Tom. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Spears. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Thank you very much. And that passes unanimously. Like I was calling bingo numbers. All right. All right. So item 3B is the first regular item that we will be hearing tonight, which is a quasi-judicial item for the Kyrene Commerce Complex. Commerce Complex is the applicant present.
This is second. It's actually.
Very good. Place for it.
Those soon. the want me to state my name. Images. Good evening. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you. My name is Teresa Harvey. I live at 1015 North Vista Verde Drive, Litchfield Park, Arizona, and I'm here to present on the Tyree Complex PL 250277. And I'm also accompanied by Dan King, BKM, owner of the facility, as well as one of our assistant architects. So on the plan review, with my back to them.
Yes, please.
That's titled.
I do.
There are 4 topics highlighted on the plan review report that denied our application, and we are here to discuss those points. I'm going to make it easy. I'm going to work from the easiest one backwards, although it is the largest discussion point, going from 4 to 1 instead of 1, 4. The comment on the light bars, we agree 100%. It wasn't until we actually had a photo of the light bars over the building numbers in the evening that we noticed that we were doing light pollution and that it needed to be addressed. So shields have been ordered, and we also are in the process of doing the as-built to submit a set of drawings to get permitting for the light, they go for the building numbers because the lighting are required for the building numbers. So that one would be all responses. Yes, you're correct, and we are in the process of correcting that issue. Those are the existing lights that are illuminating any building numbers, and there's an existing additional accessory that was not acquired, and then you are to acquire. It's the light shields over here on the side option, which will create a downlight light and then will reduce the amount of light currently. Discussion point number 3 is that the numbers do not comply to SOLU sign code criteria, and that they're proportionately larger than a sign that allowed. Our response is that addresses, building numbers are not part of sign permitting process. We learned this when we had submitted our building numbers in a sign package for one of KM's projects here in the city of Tempe, and the comment that was addressed and given to the architect has address as part of sign approval, please remove from application. So that is where your confusion comes from us regarding the approval process for building address numbers. Discussion point number 2, I've broken it down into 3. The first one addresses that the numbers are limited to the elevations facing the street, and the numbers are placed on the elevations facing the street. So that one, our response is, it is there. They're commenting that the building numbers are utilized as an architectural enhancement and needs to be on all 4 sides. The numbers are building numbers, and they are placed on side of the building as building numbers are required in our code. The second one is the in addition to eliminate the elevations that they're functioning properly, as we will soon see that the numbers do function. They are for direction, they are for pedestrian, they are for vehicles, they're for semi-trucks, as well as the most important, first responders. As in here's a map shows the location and the orientation of each building and the placement of the address numbers on the face of the building along Tyree, as well as on the base of the building as it comes down to Harbor Boulevard. So the building numbers are functioning as they're supposed to. As discussion point 2.1, they talked about the material and the detail in the variation. They stipulated that for commercial and industrial uses, that the building numbers are to be 12 inches. And our response is looking at other facilities throughout the city of Phoenix. The scales of the building numbers are much greater than 12 inches, and they vary throughout the city. As you can see, there's some that are almost a third of the buildings, quarter of the building. There are different positions, different heights, different features, as well as you can see over there, Shutterfly, very unique. The building numbers are taking on a different type of, presence to really show they're all identifying the buildings. So discussion point number 1 is the point about how the panels are constructed, and they do concede that they are constructed superior quality. They are used in metal with a long life cycle, less maintenance, but they are claiming that they are not appropriate for the location or function. And this is a heavy industrial area, and it is consistent of the surrounding heavy industrial warehouses. And again, the metal panels represent that type of industry, and they are functional. As you will see, the large font makes it easier for the heavy trucks, pedestrians, and vehicles to maneuver around all the buildings that are within the development. So before the buildings went through a design review for the elevation modifications of painting, this is what they look like. The numbers were very small. They were inconsistent in scale, and they were inconsistent in placement. And even some of the existing good numbers prior to the improvements did not even have the required illumination. And as you can see, they were not visible from the street. It was taken from the left turn lane of Kyrene, could barely make out the building number on the face of the building. And when there's another building number that's in an inconsistent scale, height, and justification. We sent the BKM submitted a building design package that really showed an intent of the scale of the modifications that they were making to the old Kyrene complex. As you can just tell in the exhibit of the monument sign, was approved by the city of Tempe. The scale has increased exponentially. In addition, you would see the increase in the scale, which again was approved by the city of Tempe regarding the tenant logos, and have gone up to 3+ feet as well as 5 foot in length. And even just the example of the tenant suite number, it was originally above the door. It is about 3 inches. That in itself, the intent of the scale has increased 4 times. So the intent of the scale of the new theory, the theme behind the industrial park, was presented very clear from the sign package, which was approved by the city of Tempe. The building numbers in question are in that elevation right there. That is Kyrene. So within the proper lines and within the datum and set in a place that's functional, very visible from the street, very visible for pedestrians, very visible for tractor trailers, semi-tractors. They found out in this building, want to know exactly which building they're going to within the development. I can't drive one, but I can only imagine they're really hard to make a U-turn. So the visibility for those truck drivers, and especially for night deliveries, is very important. So this is a scale on the front of the building around the street where it's very narrow. Please look what happens to the scale along the length of the building. Now it's just a regular building's number sign. Consistency throughout the development. Unlike the previous buildings, they're whatsoever. This one has a consistency. It's placed within the datums and within the lines and forms with architecture of the new approved by the city of Tempe paint elevations. Also within the development, it's very important that the numbers, there are so many different numbers that mean different things, that they have a differentiation. Got dock doors that have numbers above them. You have suites, numbers next to the doors, and then most importantly, you have the building identification numbers. And as you can see, they're all very consistent. They're very same font, but placed strategically, and they all be thrown with the architectural finishes of building elevation. So keep in mind with the City of Tempe's purpose for having design review boards, the building numbers show no signs of clutter. They're adequately and effectively straight. They do function for their purpose, are distinguishing amongst each other as to a dock door, a tenant suite, and a building number. And unlike the previous numbers, they're standard, they're strategized, and they're consistent. These numbers do reflect and support the heavy industrial zoning in this development.
And while our building numbers are not in the general category, we, like this building, are unique because buildings are generally square. You guys have any questions?
Thank you. Do we have questions for the what do we call you? The appellant.
The presenter.
Any questions? Okay, thank you for that. I'll invite, Commissioner Miller.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So I'm looking at the exhibits you submitted, specifically exhibits 5, 6, and 7, which are pictures of the buildings and the signs, the numbers. Okay. So in exhibit 5, it's white. You have white numbers. Exhibit 6, it looks, it's blue, but I'm not sure if it's the same blue as I see in exhibit 7. And it's, you've got them in different places, so I'm maybe assuming that you're putting white on a gray building.
The contrast.
Right,
Code
but then you've got a
50%.
You've got a blue on a gray building too, and then you've got a different blue maybe on a white building. So maybe if nothing else, they could all be the same color.
Well, the painting application where we submitted the development review to paint the buildings a different color and different types of shades of colors, so you don't have the same monotone look. The signs have to be placed, like I said, street frontage, and they have to be contrasting. So part of the character of the development is to eliminate that monotonous of the same thing over and over, as you saw in the previous building. They were all gray with white and a green trim, and then the dark black letters were just kind of, placed, throughout. This one is more, has got more design, it's got more character, it has a little bit more, it's more welcoming than the old, gray. Industrial complexes are starting to become something that are pleasant to look at. I've been in the industry for 15 years, and I have built logistics terminals and warehouses throughout the United States. And as a woman, I'm always trying to throw something fun at it, right? Always. And most of my clients, the last place they want to spend any money is in the exterior finishes, in the numbering, in anything. So I think it's great that BKM is willing to invest that money into the appearance of these buildings so they're not as what they look like prior.
So, okay, so as a follow-up, then the address numerals are an architectural element.
No, they are numbers. They're address numbers. They're part of a theme, but they are building numbers.
But they're also part of a theme which is an architectural theme. So, ergo, they're architectural element. I don't want to belabor the point, but that's just, it kind of can't be both ways.
Well, they can be an address number and be placed on a pink wall. They can be an address number and be placed on a blue wall. They can still be an address number, just placed within buildings that follow a theme. And these numbers from the previous, they had a paint theme of white and green, and then they had black building numbers throughout. they were still on the elevation. They were a part of the elevation, but they are building numbers.
Okay. You can, okay.
All right, any other questions? I have a question. Commissioner Tom?
Yes, sir.
Have you guys tested the shields on any of the lights? Or are you guys still waiting for them to show up?
There was no shields.
But you've ordered some. Do you know if the shields are going to,
Yes, that's.
essentially, right now, it's so bright, it almost washes out the numbers.
Well, that's one thing I talked to BKM about. We're trying to see if there's something that we can do in the interim. The challenge is, as you can see down here, that how the downlight is, it's an additional item which was not specified. So they're being ordered, and as soon as they come in, they will get done. Now, we believe, so it's a good question. As you can see, we believe the heads do have some adjustment to them. We are looking into that. We may, if we do adjust it downward without the shield, then we're afraid that then once we put the shield on it, it's gonna go into the wall, like it's just gonna,
Okay, can you?
That's the best way I can explain
These are LEDs.
huh?
They're LED lights.
Yes,
Can
they
you
are.
program them so they're,
Dan, you mentioned.
I don't know
that
where
they
they're
might be
programmed at, or if
No,
they're
no,
even
no, Larry,
programmed.
you're absolutely correct. You mentioned that they might be dimmable.
We can demo. Yeah.
Come up to so the other
This
people
is
can hear
Dan
you.
King, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Dan King. I'm with BKM, and they are dimmable. We can dim them.
And have you guys tried that yet?
We just discussed it.
Yeah, we've not tried it, but we just discussed it.
Okay, thank you.
I just got involved a couple of days, so we're trying to get this taken care of.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. I'd
you.
like to invite Ms. Kaminsky up for the city.
Good evening, Chair Johnson,
Good evening.
Commissioners. Diana Kaminsky, Principal Planner, City of Tempe Planning Division. Do we have the remote? So this is an appeal of an administrative denial of a minor development plan review for Kyrene Commerce Blocks located at 8240 through 8380 South Kyrene Road. There's 5 buildings on 4 lots. You'll notice in the industrial zoned area, there is an HID and GID. When this was zoned, the GID designation was allotted along Kyrene Road as a buffer to the residences which were in existence at the time that this was developed. The residences that you see on the aerial to the right show their view corridors into these buildings. So they were there in the 1990s. The industrial development came in 2000. There is a little confusion, and we will be addressing this through our code text amendments in relation to signage. The very first sign type in the zoning code is address numerals. And if you see, that's what I've highlighted there on the left. And when you look at the table on the right, what I wanted to show is that there is permits required in terms of coming for a development plan review through an application process for design, which is administratively taken care of, and permits for electrical. So those are 2 types of permits. The column on the far right that says permit really should indicate sign permit. So it is correct, you do not need a sign permit for address numerals, but you do need a building permit for electrical and a development plan review for the addressing numerals, because there are code requirements for those, including the aesthetics and the intent of them for public safety and wayfinding and things like that. For signs that would go through a sign permit, we have specific requirements and ratios and heights and specified dimensions. Those are tied to businesses. So you get an allotted sign area per business frontage. And this is an important nuance in this case because none of these buildings have frontages on Kyrene. So address numerals are always placed on the street that they are addressed on, but the building signage is related to the address for the business itself, the location. But I did want to do a comparison of what this would look like if these were signs, if we considered them signs, if they were for an individual business. So a sign area is measured with the width and the height. And this is demonstrating what we would measure if this was considered a business sign. If the numbers were used on the buildings and they were considered business signs, they would not meet the maximum sign area allowed. And what we do is we take, in the sign package, we add up all of the sign areas for each business, and there's an allotment based on the total linear footage of each business along the street frontage. So there's a lot of calculations that are done. They take the linear footage of the frontage of the business, they calculate the square footage for each sign, they add that up, and that's how they determine the sizes for all the sign package. So August 14th of this year, a sign package was approved. They did show suite numbers and business signs on their package. On most of the elevations, they did not include the address numbers. There was one building, 8370, which happens to be the longest building, which happens to be proportionally probably the most relevant in terms of the size of the numbers. And it was noted by staff that they were approving the sign package with not approving the address numerals. The address was not a part of the sign package. They also have a condition approval number 5 that's highlighted that says any sign proposal that does not conform to the size. Now this is where we get into the nuance of sign type. The address numerals require a development plan review. So this condition of approval was part of their sign package. They would have needed to come in for a development plan review for the addressing, along with the building permit for the lighting. There are no business signs on Kyrene, I mentioned that already, and this is the only elevation that did show the address numerals for that sign package. We also did an approval of the repaint earlier this year, and that did not have the address numerals on it. Had we seen address numerals on the repaint, we could have provided them feedback and commented on that and gotten them to a scale that was appropriate. Our code does have a minimum of 4 inches, but it doesn't have a maximum. And the idea is that through that development review process, we would look at each location, the context of the site, the size of the building, the proportionality of the numbers, and determine what was appropriate for the design for those buildings. And in some cases, they may not be the same size, depending on the size of the building. Whether it's a 300-foot tall building or a 30-foot tall building, there may be different sizes that would be necessary for an industrial or commercial site. There was mention that there was concern about access for fire rescue or police, so I did get calls for service. In talking with fire, they had no issues in finding any of the buildings for emergency response. The calls for service here are for the last five years. In speaking with the police department, providing calls for service for the past 5 years, they said that they actually use a GPS system, probably similar to most drivers coming to the site. They don't rely on the building numbers themselves for access, and that the prior address numerals, which had been on the building since 2000, had never been a problem for accessing them. They actually said suite numbers are more important because when the call for service comes into a particular business, they need to be able to find that particular suite. So they did provide some additional feedback for us that would have been taken into account had we done a design review on these. The first being numbers on the roof of the buildings. It's not required by code. On oversized buildings, we do have a requirement that we do by condition to have roof-mounted numbers that help, especially in a complex with multiple buildings that look the same from the sky, for aerial response if they needed to come in with a medevac or something of that effect. So it was a recommendation, but not a requirement. The numbers do need to be illuminated. However, they should not create glare because that can also impede emergency response. If they're approaching a building and there's too much light, it can backlight a suspect that they are trying to approach. The size could be, they suggested 1 to 3 feet tall, and that would sufficiently meet their needs. And the numbers, their preference is to have them on all sides of the building so that if they're approaching from any one side, they would see the building number. However, we do have a requirement that you cannot have building numbers facing streets that you're not addressed on. So for instance, on Carver, there should not be an address numeral because if somebody were to have an incident in the parking lot, they're calling 911, they look up and they see the number and they see the street sign, they might give the wrong address. So the address numerals should not be on an adjacent street when you have 2 streets at a corner. but they could be on the back sides of the building, so that if somebody's driving through the parking lot, no matter where you are in the complex, you'd be able to understand the building that you're at and the address. So looking at these in context, 8240 is located at the north side of the site. They have a sign facing east towards the neighborhood. They also have a sign facing west towards the railroad, which is somewhat blocked by trees along the perimeter, but at night with the illumination they have, it is visible. So this shows you the first location. 8270 also has an east and a west number. You'll note the one that's on the west side is a vertical application of numbers. That may be playing into the creative concept they had, but certainly does not meet what we would normally approve for signage. I don't know if that one is illuminated or not. I didn't do a night survey of all of the buildings. But here we have a situation where we have white letters on a gray background. I'm not sure if it meets the contrast requirements that we have. And we have two different orientations of the numbers on the same building. 8350 is located in the middle. It has signage facing directly into the neighborhood. 8380, same thing. And these are narrow sides of the building. If you look at the profile of the building on the eastern elevation, it's the narrowest portion of the building. So if we were, again, looking at it as business signage, assuming there was a door there and that was a business frontage, we would be basing it on the linear footage of the frontage of the business. These are the narrowest portions of each building. 8370 is the one in the back. That's the one that was shown in the sign package. It's the one that has the longest elevation, and the numbers are obviously set back away from the street. So from a perspective of driving down the street, those would make sense to potentially be larger because of the context of the size of the building and the location of the building. So if this were a sign, they have 102 square feet, which is over the 80% background area for a business sign. The maximum sign area for this frontage is 83 square feet. So if this were a business frontage and they wanted a sign, they could have a sign that was 83 square feet, not 102. And you'll note at the bottom, I've put the square footage of their tenant signs for comparison to the proportionality of the sign package that was approved to the numbers that they're proposing. 164 square feet, again, it's more than the 80% background area, and the maximum sign area for this building would be 125 square feet. This one is the 8350, 165. We're getting a little closer now proportionally. A maximum sign area of 163 square feet. This one is 165. This one, because of the size of the building, if they had multiple tenants, they could have a larger amount of square footage of business signage. This again shows the proportionality to the size of the building. And this one also is proportionally fairly close to what they would be allowed with a business sign. To address the lighting, there are several concerns. Note what I circled in red, these are billboard signs, billboard lights. So they are intended as attention-getting devices to really draw attention to the numbers. The size and the brightness is beyond what we would need for addressing numerals. And they are an adjustable fixture, which is not permitted, and that is because they can be tilted in the future. So imagine they put the shield on and they tilt it down and it doesn't show what they want it to show, and they tilt it. Now we've violated the requirements. The other part of it is when they do tilt it down, because of the size of it and the profile along the edge of the building, there is the potential this becomes a maintenance issue for pigeon roosting. So now you're having to put spikes on the top or fix the problem by tilting the head so that you don't have a roosting place. These fixtures are 120 watts, 15,500 lumens, which is visually very bright. Typical full cutoff packs are 6,000 to 10,000 lumens, just to give you an idea of the difference. We did take measurements at night. We had our staff go out, and they varied between 10 to 12 foot candles held, at about waist level above ground underneath the fixtures. So this is the light level that is going to reflect off the ground besides the surrounding area. So there is significantly a lot of night lighting here. The numbers are visible from a block away within the neighborhood. backyards, bedroom windows. This is what people are seeing. And if we had seen these as a development plan review prior to them installing, we would have recommended or required reverse pan channel letters, which is a standard we have for signage and address numerals in Tempe. And the picture here, the 7620, shows you what that effect is. The lighting is really intended to provide contrast between the wall surface and the numerals so that you can see them at night. It's not about drawing attention to the whole building. It's about making sure the address numerals are visible. Yes.
You said you would require them to do the pan channel lights?
So yes.
Or it would be a recommendation?
It depends. It depends. So on our reports that you see for development plan reviews, some of them you will notice we have a standard condition, and this is one of the things that we can put in, that it is internally,
So
it
it'd
can
be
be
a
internally
condition.
illuminated. Yes, it would be a condition of approval based on the conditions, so they present their drawings, we look at them. If they show a light above the fixture, what we try to do actually is limit the amount of lights. If we can get the signage to be over where the door is, and they have to have a fixture for the door for 5-foot candles, we'll try to get the numerals in a location that they're utilizing existing wall packs to reduce the amount of lights they have to put on the building. But we do take a look at that, and we would recommend the halo illuminated lights. That's one of our standard conditions. Yes, thank you. So these are some photos showing what it looks like at night. And in some cases, it actually creates glare on the numbers, making it harder to read the addresses. Now, these were the
Can I
considerations.
just ask a
Yes.
quick question, go back to that previous slide? Looking at 8240 and 8270, those are, they appear to be, though the building color appears to be yellow there, but it's gray during the day, is that correct?
Lighting will change the way.
Yes, that's fine. So you had a nice color, and now you've washed it out with your lights. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So these were the considerations that were taken into account when we issued the denial. And I do want to preface this with saying I had a lengthy conversation with the applicant after they received the code notice. And I informed them that, we would take a look at their application and make a determination, but that it was likely it would not be approvable. So they were given a heads up on this. I asked them if they wanted to work on a compromise to reduce the size to something that would be more proportional, and they chose to go through the process of applying for the development plan review, knowing that it was most likely going to be a denial and they would be coming to you. So I wanted to let you know that was the background for these considerations. The buildings had compliant address numbers since it was built in 2000, with the exception of a few that looked like they had been added, where they weren't under lighting where they were supposed to be. But the 5 to 7 foot tall numbers are not necessary for public safety response. In the world of GPS, most of our systems are plugged in and they're programmed that way. The address numbers are typically 12 inches for commercial and industrial uses. We do have the flexibility through the development plan review process to make them larger where it's necessary. Based on the location and the proportional composition of the elevations, 5 to 7 foot tall, 19 to 24 foot wide numbers are not in scale with the elevations. They appear to be attention-getting additions, not an architectural enhancement. We approved the sign package, we approved the paint. This is the area where we have disagreement. It's not in character with the surrounding industrial commercial areas. It does not treat the GID east elevation as a buffer to the neighborhood. Yes, it is an industrial area, but there's a reason that buffer is there. It's for the protection of the residents who've been there longer than these buildings. The lighting creates excessive glare and does not meet code. And if these were building signs, they would not meet the sign package requirements. The address numbers are larger than what's allowed for their tenant business signs. Now, there was no public involvement necessary. There wasn't a public meeting. And as of noon yesterday, we did receive one email in opposition. They did intend to come tonight. They ended up having an injury and weren't able to attend. But they were in support of our denial and in opposition to the appeal. Staff's recommendation is to deny the appeal, and we have no non-standard conditions of approval. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for staff? Commissioner Tom?
On other cases, I don't remember myself looking at building numbers. How often are we overlooking this? Are we overlooking it?
Very good question. Thank you, Commissioner Tom. The applicant actually provided some images of signage that they have found elsewhere, and it appears that those probably are non-compliant. I have not done the research on whether they went through an approval process, but sign numbers are typically handled through building safety. When somebody comes in with their building permit and they're doing lighting for the building, they will direct them. We tell them what their address is going to be and where the address numerals should be and the lighting that they need and the contrast that they have to have. So all of that is covered usually through the building safety process.
We keep on mentioning that it's non-compliant, but our rules, we just have, you have to have this size number or bigger,
Yes.
right? So we don't have a number that's greater than, if they really wanted to, they could make the number the whole size of the building and then ask us, hey, can we make this number the whole size of the building?
So the compliance comes in obtaining the building permit for lighting and obtaining a development plan review. If you've not received approval through the planning process for development plan review, it would be non-compliant.
Non-compliant because they have not received a permit or plan
Approval
review.
through an entitlement process.
Okay,
Yes.
so we don't have we're not going to come back to them and say, this number is too tall, it's an arbitrary number. By us approving their elevation, their design elevation, we're just saying, yes, this size is appropriate.
I would say it's not arbitrary. We take a lot of things into consideration, including the size of the building, the context, the location. So it isn't just an arbitrary, this looks too big, it's not subjective.
Okay, so as a design professional, how would they know what would be compliant and what would not be compliant?
In terms of the specified size?
Yeah, so they're submitting
Yes.
submitting to the city for plan review.
Yes.
They
And they would
know
be- and
the
they-
minimum size,
Yes.
but they don't know the maximum size. How would they know what the maximum size would be?
We're going to work on rectifying that in the code.
But at this time, there is no maximum size.
You're correct.
But at this time, they would work with staff to determine what the appropriate maximum size would be.
That's correct.
Commissioner Spears?
I'm confused because you said we saw that where the sign was not considered or the address was not part of the sign package.
Yes.
And yet you're using those same standards for determining the size of the address. If the sign, whoever does sign approval said it's not part of the signage package, and you're now saying, oh, but you have to comply, it's too big. You're not saying it has to comply. You're saying, no, it doesn't fit
I
the
was
building
comparing.
because it doesn't. I mean, that's sending a mixed message, whenever you've got separate things. So as I understand, the real issue is they did electrical without a permit.
And they didn't do a development plan review for the numerals, yes.
And so would they have been, if they had gotten the electrical permit, would they have been required to do the design plan?
Yes. In fact, that was conditions for the prior approvals. Any modification to the building elevation requires a development plan review. They could have included it in their repaint as a building modification, and we could have reviewed it as part of that. So there's a separate process for any modification to the exterior of the building.
Okay, my other question has to do with septet. And as I understand, the police department want numbers everywhere. And the lighting, what is the recommended lumens under septet?
So just to give you an example, if it's a parking lot space, it's 2-foot candles. If it's a drive aisle, it's 1-foot candles. So we look at what the use, if it's a doorway, like if you're exiting or entering a door, or an ATM machine, it's 5-foot candles. So the foot candle level is our current method of measurement. And this is well in excess of what's necessary for even entering a building with a key.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tom?
So if we were to backlight these, is it possible, or is the construction of their number something that's not possible? So would they have to take these down and then essentially start over if we were to backlight these?
So
Because it's
I'm not a
it's
construction,
bright.
I'm not a construction expert, but I would believe you could remove the numbers and retrofit them with a halo-mounted light fixture underneath. That would be something they'd have to deal with through the building permit process.
Okay.
And at that point, it could be determined that those are too large of numbers.
Correct.
How would they consider that it's too large a number?
Well, they have to go
If they
through the
would,
development
they would
plan
need the
review.
size approved.
But if we
that
were to
point.
say, yes, this number, the
If you-
size number is appropriate,
Yes,
let's work on how you light these things.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, if they determined if it was appropriate size, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Miller?
Is it usual for any review, any development review, plan review, when it comes in, that when you see elevations, you also see where the address numbers are called out, where the signage is called out? Because I've seen a lot of plans over my time on these commissions, and that seems to be fairly standard.
What we usually request for signage specifically, like tenant signage, is they just box out the area. So they show us that they know where their signs are going, and then we make a note that it's by separate permit. We do ask for them to show the address numbers, largely to make sure that it's been reviewed by the police department and that it's meeting the standards for identification. But we don't always get them, and it's really not something, that's why it goes through to the building permit side, and then they take care of it with the project assistance team, if we don't review it on the planning side.
I have
another question.
Commissioner
Sorry.
Tom?
You said some of these numbers were on the wrong side of the building? So they weren't facing, they were facing, I think it was Carver,
Let's see.
instead of facing Priest, or Kyrene, sorry.
No, all of the numbers are on the east side facing the street that they're addressed. In one of the images, I was showing how a prior tenant must have
Okay.
added numbers on 8240
So-
facing Carver.
So these are all facing the correct direction.
Yes, and then they do also have, some of the buildings have them facing west, which is not a problem.
Which is
because-
okay.
Yes, but they're not in the same orientation. Some of them are vertical and some of them are horizontal.
That's fine. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so how do they become compliant?
Well, you make a decision tonight. We can add conditions.
Okay, so depending on our decision this evening, they may need to begin again with staff, or this may be approved, but.
To your pleasure, Chair. It's in your hands. You can approve it, you can deny it, you can.
Yeah, I'm just kind of, if there's direction, if this were the appeal were denied, they would need to start again with you,
Or appeal to council.
or appeal to council. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Miller?
In the interest of moving things along and trying not to spend the next half an hour figuring out how to make this better, I move that we uphold the denial. And
Hold on, we're not ready for that.
you're not ready for that?
No,
Okay.
we have
All right,
not
hold
gotten
on.
to that point
I'll
yet, but I
hold it.
appreciate your willingness to be, move things along. Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Tom.
Hopefully, the applicant understands our situation and what we're trying to get across. If they were to ask for a continuance and continue working with staff on this, potentially with
We've
the
already-
light, I think I personally have an issue with how they're lit. They're very bright. I don't know if putting the shield or turning them down is going to help. I don't necessarily have an issue with the size, since there's no code requirement on the maximum size. So if they are open to continuance, to continue working with staff, come back maybe next month with some conditions.
Is that,
Whatever lighting that is needed.
And if I'm out of order, maybe they can come up
Well,
with some.
yeah, I think, do we have any public comments on this item? No, okay.
We did receive one letter, and in agreement, the lighting is an issue. Hands down, we have no qualms about the lighting. And we believe the shields will work. There was a lot of what ifs, maybe if if it was a sign, it's not a sign, right? And I appreciate your guys' understanding of the position that we are in. It is very gray area as to what is required for building addresses. And maybe that is something that needs to be much clearer, that defines what is considered standard or required for a building address.
If the staff were not amenable to you keeping that lighting with the shielding and required some other type of lighting, would,
We are open for it. I think the lighting is something we are very willing to resolve. And like I said, we did order the shields. They are adjustable. We've talked about it. I've been involved for 48 hours. And I said, the first thing I said to him was like, fix the lighting. You know it's a problem, fix it. So we're in that process. But at the same time, they were very concerned about, the outcome and stuff like that. But I'm like, the lighting is not an issue. That will get resolved, most definitely.
okay, I think we need to get back on track. So we need to begin the public comment period. So was there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item tonight? We do not have any cards for discussion. Okay, seeing none, then we can invite you, Ms. Kaminsky, back up.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. We just wanted to ask for a little more direction in terms of what you would be looking for staff and the applicant to work towards. Obviously, lighting would be one of them. If there were any other directions that you had with regard to the design, we'd appreciate that as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller?
I'm not going to make a motion. But I would have a couple of procedural suggestions, perhaps. One, if the applicant is amenable to working with staff and bringing this back in some form that we could potentially approve it, then the first step for them would be to withdraw their appeal, because otherwise we have to vote on it. Or continue it, but then we can deal with it later. But the other thing would be, I don't have a problem with the typeface, with the font, it's fine. It's pretty clean and everything like that. I do think there should be a standardized size and area that can be negotiated, and a standardized color. Because otherwise, no matter what, to me, it's an architectural element, the way it's placed now and the way it's colored. And then it's not an address sign, it's an architectural element. And that would then have to go through the whole review process. So, come up with a standard size that's bigger than 4 inches and a standard color that goes with all of the backgrounds. And work from there.
You have a comment? Commissioner Forte?
I would be in favor of approving the appeal in a condition of them working with the light fixtures. I don't see any problem with the size either. So I don't know if that's something we can do.
Okay, so I think we're kind of all over the place, because I feel like your description of how this address signage would not, or the address numbers would exceed what is allowable for a sign on a building. So I think there is a problem with the size of these numbers. That's correct, but if it were a sign, which is something that we have more flexibility and allow larger,
right,
it wouldn't even be allowed. So I think what I would see the big guns are coming in. So, Mr. LeVake,
Commissioner Johnson or Chair Johnson, just wanted to clarify that these address numerals are not signs. So it was used in a comparative analysis of signs that might be typically of a larger base and how the size comparison that is with it. But they are not address signs. They are architectural elevation modifications. Through a design process, we now don't have a decision anymore. The decision is in the Development Review Commission's hand at this time.
Okay, so a continuance may not be what?
We can certainly work with the applicant on a continuance if we had some clear guidelines as to what the goals we are working with, to then bring back any revisions for the next DRC meeting.
Commissioner Tom?
I would be in favor of a continuous, just because it makes it cleaner. I don't like approving a request, especially with this one, of giving conditions, and then staff has to interpret our conditions and stuff like that. I would be in favor if the applicant, or the appellant in this case, is amenable to continuance. They would go back to staff, work with them on size. They may not agree with it, with the size that staff is proposing. But I want to see an issue with how they're lit. And I think the appellant is agreeing to that they could probably have some other issue or some other way to light these things so they're not, it's obnoxious. You drive by, it's really, really bright. So that would be my direction to staff. I don't know if you need any more clarity.
I think you can take a motion on that if you wish, yes.
Okay. All right.
And then we can continue to the next available hearing, which is what date?
November 18th.
November 18th.
Thank you.
Does that day work? Yes? Okay. All right, so with that, we will close out the public comment period and move.
Just so we're clear when we go back. So it's being continued. We're most definitely going to address the lighting issue. And then as far as the numbers themselves, a standard is going to be created based on our modifications, or?
So you'll work with staff to determine the appropriate size, which you may or may not agree with, and then that will come back to us.
Okay, that's where our challenge is the numbers for what is written and what is established and for its function and its purpose in the industrial. We're very comfortable with the size of the sign, the numbers themselves, and if it was a sign, it's not a sign. If it was an architectural feature, it's not an architectural feature. And I agree that the code is it's unclear, and it's a matter of interpretation from the design committee. But at the same time, we're per what's written. It's 4 inches minimum.
Right, I think.
And that's our challenge. Our challenge is not the lights. Our challenge is.
And I think if this would have gone through the typical approval process with the city, we wouldn't be in this situation, and the numbers may not be quite as large as they are now today, but we've bypassed that, and we are where we are now because of that. So.
But to repeat her nuance, there is a nuance in the system, and the nuance is it's not clear. It does state a permit is not required. It says that architectural elements and features need to go through, as we did respect the process and did submit the painting through. Several times we would have numbers on the building for sign packages, and they would just simply say, remove number from package, not please submit to design review committee for review.
Sure.
Do you understand where the gray area is?
Right, I think there's some disconnect on how
There's a huge disconnect. And it probably needs to be connected.
They're being permitted, and I think staff knows that now.
Yeah.
That there was this disconnect and maybe some stuff that was being overlooked. I think they have an understanding of it now.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is that we continue this to the November 18th hearing.
Okay.
You work with staff on how they're lit, potential size. You guys may not agree with the size, and then you come back to us and we discuss the size.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated.
Okay, so we will close out the public comment period and move to commissioner discussion and motions.
Just one thing, along with working with staff on the size, I would like to see a standard color.
Okay.
Rather than what looks like maybe 2 or 3 different ones, something that contrasts with every face, every elevation that you have, be it whatever.
Okay, thank you. We're in commission discussion. So thank you. Yes, we can include that in our discussion. Commissioner Spears?
I move that we continue this case to the meeting of November 18th.
Okay, we have a motion for continuance to November 18th. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Schwartz. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And all those opposed? Okay, so there are 5 in approval of the continuance and 1 opposed to the continuance. So that continuance passes in the affirmative. All right, next item is item 4B. Will the applicant please approach?
Hello, good evening. My name is Tyler. I'm here with my friend and partner John, and we are asking to use the front driveway of our home, of the rental property, for parking, and a use permit for that.
Okay. Did you have slides to present?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we applied for a building permit, to tell the story, for converting the single-car garage to an ADU. And in that building permit process, we were told that we needed to get a use permit first before we could complete the building permit for using the parking in the driveway instead of the parking space in the garage. And so we then applied for the use permit, and that is how we have arrived here. This is the picture of the front driveway and the space there. We believe there is ample space to park 2 cars in the driveway, which is the recommended parking spaces for the square footage and the home. And once we get the use permit to allow the parking in the driveway, then we can complete the building permit for the use of the garage as living space. That is all.
That is all. Great. All right, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. And now I'd like the staff, city staff, to present. Mr. Jensen?
You're good. All right. Thank you, Chair Johnson, members of the commission. Lucas Jensen, planner at City of Tempe, the planner working on the request for WYMKR property. This is located on the south side of Alameda, just west of Earl Road and then east of College. As the applicant stated, this is a request for a use permit to allow 2 required parking spaces in the front yard setback in their existing driveway. The request is a result of illegal construction without building permits, the conversion of their garage into an ADU, which did receive a violation notice, and then they were turned over to us to obtain their use permit before obtaining building permits. This is the site plan showing the existing residence. The garage conversion to accessory dwelling unit is hatched there in the front. It shows 2 parking spaces in the front. There is also additional space for 2 vehicles that could fit in the public right-of-way along Alameda. Parking is allowed there with kind of the standard dimension to length of a vehicle. You could probably fit about 2 vehicles before you start to encroach on somebody else's, property. Although, parking in the public right-of-way, it's not bounded by property lines there, but. This is the floor plan, so it's a 5-bedroom home. There's 4 bedrooms on the right side there with the master bedroom, and then the ADU, separate livable area as the garage area. This is what we received for the elevations. Pretty simple. I think the existing photos do a better justice at showing this. There's no change to the existing height. It's just a conversion of the garage into livable that you saw in the image there. And then the entryway to the unit is on the east side, west side. Sorry. This is a picture of what it looks like. They're proposing to park in that
driveway there, and then there's some space for vehicles out in the front. Staff's evaluation, so we didn't find that there would be any significant increase in vehicular traffic past what we would see for a typical single-family home. And there is adequate parking in the driveway with additional spaces in the front. As a single-family use, we don't anticipate any nuisance as a result of the use permit to park in the front yard setback. It doesn't conflict with any of the city goals or policies. The proposed design, so the compatibility, this, it's not changing the height of the structure or, the square footage of the area. It has a very limited impact on the area. And again, 2 parking spaces in the front. We don't expect to see any disruptive behavior as a result of that. We do not require a neighborhood meeting for this. We have received quite a bit of public input. Some of it is attached to the report. Most of it was received after the publishing of the report. So we received a phone call of general inquiry, 3 phone calls in opposition, and then an additional 6 emails in opposition to the request as of 2 p.m. today. The general concerns were excessive occupants and excessive parking, and then related nuisances that may come with that. Staff's recommendation for this project is to approve it subject to the standard conditions.
Excellent. Commissioner or Vice Chair.
Yeah, it looks like the existing home has the 5 bedrooms and then we have the ADU. If that would mean 6 bedrooms, doesn't that require a 3rd parking space?
Yeah, so per state law and that we've adopted into our zoning and development code, we cannot require additional parking for an accessory dwelling unit. So we don't consider that as part of the bedroom count.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Miller?
I have a question for you. When the accessory dwelling unit phenomenon appeared on the scene, was it expected that it would include construction within the footprint of a house, a structure, rather than as what it actually is, an accessory unit, which is set apart from the main structure?
Yeah, so Commissioner Miller, to answer the question, ADUs come in a lot of different forms. Not as common in Arizona. You'll even see people put them underneath their house or on top and access them with stairs. It's very common to see them attached. What delineates this between a bedroom addition and an ADU is that there's no internal connection to the main home. So it's a separate unit. You can't walk through a door and be in the house. It's completely separated as a separate unit.
Okay, then as a follow-up to Commissioner Short's question regarding the number of bedrooms, and I know we can't incorporate this because it is not technically part of the property, or at least, the way it's said, but there would be, in a sense, nothing to really prevent them from putting a door in between that space and the rest of the house at some point and creating a 6th bedroom in the house, correct? Then it would no longer be an accessory dwelling unit, would it?
Yeah, if they chose to undertake illegal construction, then yes, they could create a 6th bedroom.
Okay. Is this a legal construction as it exists?
Currently, yes. That's why they're here is to bring it into compliance. So typically, the process is obtain the use permit before building permits can be issued. So they're here to get the use permit so they can obtain building permits for.
So it's technically an illegal use, an illegal construction.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner Miller. There's an existing IP or building code violation on this property.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you. Now we will begin the public hearing process, and anyone who wishes to speak on this item, if you have not already, please fill out one of these cards and bring it up to the front here to Joanna Barra. I have quite a few of them in hand already. First up is Michael Zamora. Baldo Besic is on deck. Mr. Zamora, if you could state your name and city of residence, and we're happy to hear from you.
My name is Mike Zamora. I'm a resident of Tempe, and good evening, Commissioners. While this use permit request may appear to be about a parking setback, the real issue is broader. It's about accountability when investors modify residential properties without obtaining the proper permits. In this case, an investor converted a two-car garage into living space without first securing a remodeling permit. Only after the fact, when the situation came to light, was the city brought in because of the need for, as just discussed, the parking use permit. Unfortunately, this is not an isolated case. Just last month, a similar situation occurred at 315 East Loma Vista, where an investor began converting a home into a seven-bedroom rental unit until the neighbors intervened. And it was brought to my attention this afternoon, there was another one at 522 East Del Rio. And on the agenda you guys have right now, there is another one, consent for illegal construction. These unpermitted remodels create two major risks. First is safety. The occupants may be living in spaces that don't meet fire, electrical, or structural codes. Second, liability. The city could be exposed if these unsafe conditions later result in harm. Although the city is legally shielded from liability under Arizona's Tort Claim Act, it carries a civic duty to strengthen its permitting and inspection process to prevent unsafe conditions before they occur. For an investor who owns multiple properties who hopefully hired licensed contractors, it is a stretch for them to feign that they did not know a permit was required. Given these examples and the many more to come based upon ADUs, this is very concerning. Repeated after-the-fact forgiveness or minimum penalties only encourages further violations. So, my questions are directed respectfully to the Community Development Director, Mr. Tomalovic, and the Planning Deputy Director, Mr. Levisk. And those are, what is the maximum penalty associated with this type of infraction? Second, what specific penalty, if any, was imposed on this particular investor? If none, why? Third, what process is in place to identify and address these situations before they reach this stage of requesting a use permit after the fact? I'd like to yield any remaining time I have so that the department head could respond to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we will give city staff time to respond after we're done with the public process. Mr. Besic, and if you could state your name and city of residence, and on deck we have Jana Lynn.
Good evening, my name is Baldo Besic. I am the Neighborhood Association President for Mach 8, which is the neighborhood association right next to the residence in question. Like I said, my name is Baldo Besic. My wife and I are long-term Tempe residents. Good to see you, Joe. She graduated from Corona del Sol and I from Tempe High. We are raising our 3 children in Tempe, and we have no plans to join the migration of young families to Gilbert because we believe in Tempe. Just a few weeks ago, my words were read to the Tempe City Council following about the 2-story ADUs in question in our historic neighborhoods. Tonight's issue at 519 East Alameda is in part and follows the same pattern. Investors squeezing in more renters into homes designed for families, ignoring city rules, and then asking for forgiveness after the fact. This property illegally converted a 2-car garage into living space to create a 5-bedroom, 6-bedroom potential rental without pulling a permit. Only after being caught did they come forward seeking a use permit to count 2 parking spots in the front yard setback, a direct violation of code. If the city approves this, it sends a clear message. Break the rules, ask later, and you'll still get what you want. Our neighborhoods cannot survive this kind of lax enforcement. These after-the-fact approvals lead to more cars on the street, louder rentals, overflowing trash bins, and falling property values. They turn stable, family-focused neighborhoods into investor playgrounds. Tempe's character plan for Alameda specifically calls out preserving our historic flood-irrigated post-war subdivisions, celebrating authentic neighborhood identity, and protecting the oasis in the desert vision, converting garages into mini apartments, and parking cars in the front yards directly undermines that plan. 6 bedrooms in the shadows of Arizona State University is pretty clear the intent of what will happen to this home. I urge you to deny this use permit and hold property owners accountable. Tempe families are playing by the rules. We need the city to do the same. Let's protect the neighborhoods that built this city and keep the values that keep us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Jana Lynn Granillo. And then on deck is Elizabeth Welch.
Chair, Commissioners, my name is Jana Lynn Granillo. I'm a resident of Tempe, Arizona. I'm here to read a statement on behalf of Roberta Neal Miller, who lives at 306 East Del Rio Drive, where she's lived there for over 30 years. She is the Associate Chair for Brentwood Cavalier Neighborhood Association. The property located at 519 East Alameda Drive is located in my neighborhood association. I object to granting a use permit to the owner-investor of this property. These investor owners have been forced to apply for a requested use permit because the city caught them after they illegally converted the house prior garage into 2 bedrooms so they could rent the older, modest 3-bedroom house out to 5 individuals as a boarding room type rental. These owners investors do substantial amounts of business in Tempe as a real estate leasing company, and I think we can safely assume that they know that the conversion of the garage into a living space requires permitting by the city of Tempe. Clearly, these investors have made the decision to engage in this type of illegal behavior because it makes good business sense to do so. In other words, any penalty imposed by Tempe, if caught, is merely a cost of doing business. These types of illegal conversions have become widespread in Tempe's older mid-century neighborhoods and is a serious problem in my neighborhood. The investors doing these conversions have no ties to the neighborhood community, no respect for the neighbors, and little to no regard for following the rules that the rest of us have to follow. Granting the use permit in this case sends a message that, 1, investors can continue to monetize Tempe's older neighborhoods and maximize profit by flaunting the rules ordinary homeowners have to follow. 2, there is no downside to illegal behavior, so investors not only can, but should continue to thumb their noses at the city because it makes good business sense to do so. 3, the city of Tempe prioritizes the interest of irresponsible investors over its own citizens who do follow the rules, pay their taxes, and support city staff and services. Granting the use permit also completely undermines the purpose for rules requiring 2 parking spaces not in a property's front yard setback for a 5-bedroom house. Clearly, this rule is meant to minimize on-street parking for homes with 5 bedrooms, so to affect neighbors, other street traffic, and to preserve neighborhood aesthetics. Finally, granting the use of a permit encourages the continued proliferation of boarding room type rentals, which destabilizes our neighborhood and undermines the support for city government, all for the benefit of a small group of investors. I'm asking you to deny the use permits, requiring them to remove the illegal garage conversion. Do not reward the investor for flouting the rules to make a quick buck at the expense of our neighborhoods. Support our Tempe neighborhoods. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you. Next up is Elizabeth Welch with Heather Kaiser on deck. And that is the last public comment card I have. If anyone else is here to speak on this item, please bring a card up to the front.
Chair Johnson and commission members, I request that you deny.
Please state your name and city of residence.
Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Elizabeth Welsh. I live at 2607 South Sierra Vista Circle, about across Alameda and a little bit northwest of the 519 East Alameda property. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. This isn't my
You're fine.
customary activity. I am going to read. The applicant's letter of explanation focuses exclusively on the likely harmless effect of their newly built ADU on the neighborhood. But that is not what is actually before you. What you are considering is whether a property owner should be allowed to complete construction of new residential space on his property without city plan review or contracting permits. In the process, eliminate the property's original parking spaces in an attached garage and then to solve the problem he created, be granted a use permit to have 2 uncovered parking spaces in his front yard setback to the detriment of the neighborhood. That's right, the applicant has a 5-bedroom house. To make things more profitable, he turned the attached parking garage into an ADU that he can rent out, but he didn't go through the city's plan review and permitting processes. And then when he found out he needs to provide new parking spaces to replace those he chose to build over, he wants a use permit. He wants the neighborhood to suffer the consequence of his faulty decision by being allowed to create an ugly parking placement destructive to the sense of openness and front yard spaciousness in the neighborhood, interfering with lines of sight across front yards, and out of keeping with this lovely 60-year-old neighborhood's aesthetics. Please don't allow this applicant to play the ADU card in hope that you will capitulate. It isn't about an ADU. It's about his hasty, ill-advised, self-serving plans, circumventing city review, and our neighborhood should not pay the price for his completely avoidable errors in processes and judgment. We greatly value the visual harmony and beauty of our neighborhoods and do not want them sacrificed for someone's ill-conceived business plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Last card I have is Heather Kaiser. Please approach, state your name and city of residence.
My name is Heather Kaiser, and I am a 20-plus year resident of Tempe. And I am opposed to this. Oh, how's that? Better? Okay. I'm opposed to this parking space for a number of reasons, many that have been echoed. I'm a teacher in Tempe Union High School District, and my husband and I chose the house that we currently live in because it was a sustainable, in our minds, where our jobs were, place to live. And it was a beautiful neighborhood. It is a beautiful neighborhood. And we do not want to see our neighborhood turned into basically house apartment complexes. And so we're opposed to this parking space that is being proposed at this residence of 519 Alameda. We live two streets south of this house on Loyola Drive, in the same neighborhood of Brentwood Cavalier. We're opposed to this because of the additional cars it's going to provide. We've already seen this happen in our neighborhoods before. We're opposed to it as a safety issue, both for the residents that might live there and also for the additional cars and what that might mean for children that are living in the neighborhood, of which I have 2, who regularly ride their bikes. And adding more additional vehicles is not going to provide for the safety of children in the neighborhood. We're opposed to the yard parking. Again, taking away the aesthetic of the beauty of our neighborhood. We also are opposed to this additional residence parking because it just decreases the quality of the single-family neighborhood. If people need to live and add more vehicles, then there are apartments, places for that. But encroaching upon a single-family resident with an illegal construction, that if this is business that you do, that you would be aware that residents need to have permits. To me, it's just irresponsible to issue them a use permit. My husband and I have added a front patio structure. We went through the process to get it permitted. And for residents who do that, it takes a lot of time. You pay for it, and then to have someone come in and just, do it without asking ahead, in our minds, is not fair to the residents who currently live there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, so.
Chair Johnson, I do
Yes.
have somebody who had submitted a comment Johnson, I do have
Yes.
somebody who had submitted a comment card to speak online.
Okay.
And he's online, it's Jeffrey Gong. So I'm gonna try to unmute him.
Jeffrey, if you can, okay. Jeffrey, if you are there, I didn't catch your last name, but if you could state your name and city of residence, you are live.
My name is Jeffrey Gong. I actually live on Alameda Street. I'm probably about 5 or 6 houses west of the subject property. I was mostly ambivalent. Because I live on Alameda, I know what the setback is from the road. Alameda seems to be special. It seems to have a deeper setback than a lot of other streets because it's a wide street. It's one of those streets that's pretty much 1/2 mile away from, Broadway and Southern, which are the main drags. For a while there, for the longest time, we had a turn lane right down the middle of Alameda, but that was erased a couple of years ago, and now we have more parking in the sides. I'm okay with them parking on their lot because there's less cars in the streets if they're using their own property for parking. It could be considered a little self-serving because at some point in time I may want to use the area in front of my house for parking too, but I don't have plans anytime soon to do that. Tempe is getting very, very high density, and it's just what happens to neighborhoods. If you drive through LA, you can see lots of homes are very, very converted into higher density because that's just the natural progression of cities. I don't have any other words.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate it. All right, with that, I'd like to invite the applicant up to respond to anything that you've heard tonight.
Thank you. First off, council and everyone that spoke, sorry I'm talking forward. Just want you to know I hear you. I recognize that like many of you are speaking on like a bigger issue that you see happening in Tempe and using this specific situation to address a general concern. So let me just share a couple of things. I lived in Tempe for many years, as did my partner John with our families. My parents actually lived, when we purchased our home on La Jolla, they lived in a non-permitted ADU that was in our backyard. When we bought it, it was already non-permitted. They lived in it and we had many wonderful years there. And I love the architecture of Tempe. And so any of our properties, like I look for really good mid-century modern properties that I can bring back to life, enhance. So I just want to say, like, I hear you. My heart is not to make high rises. I mean, the ADU legislation is legal. So that's not on the table here. ADUs, attached or detached, are a part of the code. And we just want to give good places to live for people. In this property right now, there's a 5-person family, mom, dad, and 3 kids that live in the main house. I lived next to a frat house on La Jolla, and I didn't like it. So we're trying to make good homes for good people. More people need homes, and I think this is a really sustainable way to do it. We're not asking to park in the yard. There's a driveway. So I know it was referenced a lot, like, we don't want people parking in the yard. I don't want anyone parking in my yard. I want them parking in the driveway. So I just wanted to make that known. Also, we have gone through the process, worked with the city for nearly 2 years now to legalize this. And we've submitted plans, we submitted a building permit, everything to code. And when it was time for the inspection, they said, no, now we need to get a use permit for parking. Like, oh, okay, we'll do this. And now we've been waiting 8 months for this. So like, I have been pursuant to code and doing it right. I'm frustrated as well. Making a quick buck. We have only lost money on this. So thank you for that. We'll take a collection later. I guess lastly is, like as far as like line of sight, there's a storage container in the front of the home across the street. I hate it. I want it gone. It's been there for 3 years. A couple of cars does not look worse than a big storage container. And so like, I think there's other things we can address to keep the properties nice. I want to keep properties nice as well. That's why we invest in good places to live for people. Let me see if there's anything else that I wrote down here. Yeah, I think it's just ADUs are legal attached or detached. There's no interior access as per the plans that we submitted on our building permit. The use permit, it is legal. You have to guarantee 2 parking spots. We've done everything the city has asked of us, including coming here tonight, and we want to make the property better. That's it.
Questions for the applicant? Any follow-ups? When was the improvement made?
I would have to look that up to give you an exact one. I think maybe Lucas might know from my application.
Done by you?
It was done, so I helped out our good friends actually that purchased the home. And they wanted a place for guests to visit. So I helped them with it and submitted the stuff immediately after. And I would say it's been more than 2 years. But I would have to check.
It's fairly recent. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's recent? Okay. It feels like a long time to me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, we appreciate Mr. Jensen. And nothing additional? Any questions for staff? Mr. Tom, Commissioner Tom.
Lucas, in a situation like this where we have unpermitted construction, there's not any different use permit standards that we have, correct? It's the same use permit standards if it were to go in the correct process or if we're kind of going out of order here, right? We don't have additional use permit requirements because they constructed without permits.
Yeah, Chair Johnson, Commissioner Tom, that's correct. The process, whether it was done illegally or going through the process before the fact, is the same. And typically through our staff review, that's
right.
It's not
so it's the same
necessarily
criteria
a
that we're
strong
looking at
consideration.
either way.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So there are no penalties. There was a question about penalties.
Yeah, so I know Mr. Zamora had that question. So the penalties in this case, so it depends on whether the violation is that of the zoning or city code or that of a building code violation, what's issued, by the city. What was issued for this project was an IP or a building code violation. And what we've opined is that those will be assessed, additional fees when it goes through the building permit process. Whereas if it was a zoning code violation, we would assess double fees through the use permit process. So this one's not being, penalized through the use permit process, but we'll see whatever the, increased fees are for that through building safety and building permits. I don't have those numbers though, exactly.
Okay. Commissioner Miller.
This is a procedural question pretty much, and I don't really want to belabor it very much, but when somebody comes in with a project like this, they are essentially turning a garage or a carport, either one, into livable space. And they say, we're going to do this and we're going to turn it into a bedroom or a game room or something like that. So then it goes through the normal review process and you're dealing with it as an addition to a house, correct? If the applicant comes in and says, I want to build an ADU, you have virtually how much latitude to actually review and condition that do you actually have?
So Commissioner Miller, that would depend. I think the ADUs and that legislation is still very new with all of the use permit requirements that may arise from an accessory dwelling unit. I feel fairly comfortable in saying that it would be not appropriate to add, say, a condition to require an additional parking space. That would be a very, clear overstep of what we're allowed to do. If that kind of starts to answer your question, what you would be and would not be allowed to review in that scenario.
Okay, because we've looked at a number of ADUs here, and I think the only thing we've ever been able to do is say you can't build it that high. Because sometimes they want to build it higher than the original structure. And that seems to be about the only thing we can say, nope, you're going too high, can't go that high. Other than that, it's pretty much, if you come in and say it's an ADU, you're going to do it.
Yeah, Commissioner Miller, most of what you're referencing is due to the state legislation that explicitly prohibited us from reviewing those certain things. And the only reason we're hearing this particular request is because that ADU is occupying what was originally required parking spaces. Otherwise, we typically wouldn't hear ADU requests.
Commissioner Spears?
And a lot of people don't use their garages for their vehicles. They park on the street, they park in the driveway. And unless you go and knock on the door, you don't know if they're just using it for storage. There's no requirement that you can't use your garage for storage. So I think we're kind of nitpicking here in terms of they have to have a permit in order to occupy it as an ADU. And
Yeah, so, Sure. Okay, yeah, so as a general comment, I think because we heard a lot of comments, then a lot of them I wholeheartedly agree with. But the fact is that the state legislation supersedes any control that the city can put over ADUs and supersedes that of the wants and needs of the neighborhoods and the community. So I think we're not in a place that we would like to be in, but it is this place that we are in. My bigger concern is what kind of inspections were done on the ADU. Is the electrical up to code? If there's gas, is the building sound, and is it compatible with the surrounding building? And if not, when will that be inspected?
So, Chair Johnson, to answer the question regarding inspections or building permits, unfortunately, that's not something I have information on right now. Typically, they won't issue or review building permits until this is approved. So I don't know what the status of any inspections would be or whether or not it was, built exactly to the code. That would be something for, condition number one. This use permit is valid only when building permits have been obtained. So that's a required step, but I'm not sure what the status of that would be at this time since they're not.
Okay, I appreciate your response, and it's something that I think we've heard before. So I think because I've asked it before, and I think I would like more clarity on what that process is after because I think we've heard that and we agree, okay, it's going to go through this approval process, the inspection period, before they get their final approval. But I would like to know what that looks like. Does that mean if it's finished, if the walls are finished, are they tearing out wallboard? Are they looking at how their drainage works and all those things that are required for building permits? Does that all get inspected, and is it all sound in the end when they finally get the final approval? So just a general comment, I think that would be nice to hear more about. Commissioner Schwartz or Vice Chair Schwartz?
Yeah. Outside of this case, has there been any noise complaints or other calls for public safety at the site?
There was no code violations on the property for anything related to noise or nuisance. I did not obtain calls for service or anything that wouldn't have been reported as a violation. So I don't have maybe as much information as you might be requesting, but yeah, nothing that raised concerns.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, with that, we will close out the public comment period and move to commission discussion or motions. Commissioner Spears?
I move for the approval of PL 240437.
Okay, Commissioner Spears has moved for the approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And that was seconded by Commissioner Tom. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, and all those opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to
Please.
abstain.
Okay, abstaining from the vote?
Abstain
Okay.
because it's pointless to vote against it because it's totally outside our control, really.
Thank you.
But I don't want to go on record supporting this.
Thank you. So that motion passes 5-1. One abstention. All right, next item is 4D. If the applicant could please come up and present your case.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Wendy Riddell with the law firm Barry Riddell, 6750 East Camelback. My pleasure to be here this evening on behalf of TerraWatt. The site we are here talking about is approximately 0.75 acres. It is just south of Broadway on Terrace Road. And I am here this evening on behalf of Terawatt. They're a key player involved in the transition to autonomous electric commercial fleets. They focus on owning and developing, operating, maintaining charging sites. Notably, Time Magazine named them the world's top green tech company and America's top green tech company. Rather perfect for Tempe, I might suggest. We are here today requesting a use permit to allow a vehicle-based service as well as a minor DPR for an electric vehicle charging center. The site, the general plan is actually for multifamily, but the existing zoning is PCC1, so it has a commercial designation. You can see there's multifamily to our east as well as surrounding commercial to our north and west, and then single family across the alley to the south. Importantly, there's quite a few uses that are permitted in the PCC1, that commercial district. These would be uses permitted by right: fitness centers, places of worship, convenience store, restaurants, drive-throughs, commercial school like immediately to our north. It should be vehicle service, retail sales, and commercial surface parking. So ironically, if these were gas-powered vehicles and if they were allowed 24/7 charging for parking, that would be a use that would be permitted by right here. It's the fact that it's that EV, that fleet vehicle, that actually triggers the need for the use permit. Our proposed site plan, you can see we have 31 EV charging stalls, 3 employee spaces, and an ADA space. I will point out that we are 76 feet from the closest EV charging stall to that residential property to the south. There is a small office building here on site. There will be 3 employees here. Really 24/7, the site will be manned. You will notice that we very carefully thought out a circular pattern to reduce maneuvering on site. So in fact, that northern entrance is just an entrance and an exit. That south access point is only an exit. So there'll be nobody entering at that location. There is also, as part of the plan, what I will call a staging area. So that will be a staging for vehicles that will be going into charging. But it's also a place that vehicles that will be going out into the community to pick up riders will be staging. I think that's very important to mention because we have heard at times complaints about some of these EV vehicles in neighborhoods, I'm going to call it sleeping, that they're out there parking in the neighborhoods, and that will not be, occurring here because there will be a staging area on site. So why AV in Tempe? Certainly, I don't have to tell this commission that Tempe has a strong tech ecosystem, that it supports urban development, that you have 80,000 ASU students down on the Tempe campus, and that Tempe cares a lot about sustainability, about walkability, and about vehicular and pedestrian safety, and about having less traffic on our streets. In fact, Tempe cares so much that you are one of the few cities that actually went and studied it. So you have your city council put forth and asked that this issue be studied, and they issued a report on autonomous vehicles. And some of the things that they found is that it helps create safe and secure communities because it reduces the number of cars on the road, and it supports Tempe's Vision Zero. It also found that AVs could be used to connect people to public transit, to create pedestrian zones in certain areas, and that it improves the quality of life. It ensures access to AVs that in a way that enhances mobility for those who need it. It went on to recognize that AVs play an important role in sustainable growth and development, that they reduce trips, they improve air pollution, and improve carbon emissions. That it also plays a role in the long-term financial stability and vitality of Tempe. That it's important to forge these public-private partnerships in the AV industry, recognizing Tempe's role as an innovator. Again, a report that actually the council requested. So why this site? This site in particular, it has the necessary commercial zoning, and that the users of the autonomous vehicles live in residential areas. The clients are nearby. Electric vehicles are quiet. They generate less traffic than other commercial uses. I will also tell you the availability of the electrical infrastructure, the necessary electrical infrastructure here, also plays an important role. So I'm going to focus really quickly on the use permit criteria. The first one being any significant increases in vehicular or pedestrian traffic. So we did study other sites and looked at we had our traffic engineer put this together, what would be the total trips. A trip is, I will point out, a trip there and a trip back, so that it's one trip in and one trip out. And when you do that, they anticipate a total number of trips of 1,002. So we took that and we took the most likely commercial uses that would fit on a site like this, and we did a comparison. And simply put, in each and every category that we compared, this is a significant reduction in traffic. So it's 52% fewer weekday trips when you compare it to a coffee shop, 85% fewer AM peak trips, 74% PM peak hour trips compared to a coffee shop. Same thing when you look at a comparison to a drive-through restaurant. Again, a use permitted in the PCC1 in the commercial district, substantially fewer trips. And finally, we looked at medical office. Same thing, substantially fewer trips. So in each category, it's actually a reduction versus what is permitted in the PCC. I will also mention that autonomous vehicles are far safer than human-operated drivers. They don't text when they're driving. They have, if you look at every category here, again, this is a study across the entire valley, you'll notice that they have airbag deployment 81% fewer times, fewer injury-causing crash, 78% fewer, fewer police-reported crash, 62% fewer. Again, in each and every category, autonomous vehicles are deemed to be safer than your typical driver. So use permit criteria number 2, nuisance arising from emission of odor, dust, gas, noise, vibration, smoke, heat, glare, exceeding that of ambient conditions. So the site operation here, this will not be open to the general public. These are only standard passenger-sized vehicles. There will not be any semi-trucks or delivery trucks. It is manned 24/7. It is access controlled by steel gates. It has a CMU wall around the remainder, around the west and south. The buffering, the substantial landscape that we're proposing, as I mentioned, there's an 8-foot CMU wall on the east and the south, 8-foot tall anti-climb metal fence on the north and west. There will be canopies, parking canopies that will further shield and screen the activity. One of the other things, and this was important in some of the door-to-door conversations that we have, we will also be using your typical garbage cans versus the large dumpsters. That's important because it's quieter. As I mentioned, the charging stations are set back approximately 76 feet. We're also agreeing to a condition that no cleaning activities that generate noise greater than the ambient conditions, again, that use permit criteria would occur between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And as I mentioned, no commercial dumpsters utilizing private roll-off bins. I'm going to litter this presentation, if I could, with a couple of additional stipulations that we would like to propose as part of this application, and then I've got a summary at the end. One of the things that we've heard a concern is the backup beepers on site. So we are willing to actually stipulate that we shall not utilize backup beepers generating noise greater than the ambient conditions on this site to help alleviate that concern. So looking then to the third criteria, the contribution of the deterioration of the neighborhood or the downgrading of the property values, and that the proposed use is not in conflict with the objectives or policies from the rehabilitation, redevelopment, or conservation as set forth in the city's adopted or general plan. I know that's all a mouthful, but when you look at Tempe's general plan, it actually is one of the few cities that specifically talks about autonomous vehicles. It talks about develop strategies to advance the use of alternative modes of transportation that utilize clean energy, exactly what we're doing. It talks about specifically explore the study of autonomous self-driving vehicle technologies, its potential eventual use, and impact in Tempe's transportation system. Again, that's part of the voter-approved general plan. And then finally, study and plan for emerging autonomous vehicles. It's also, I would say, incorporated or suggest you incorporate it into the Alameda Character Area Plan, that connecting people to their places of employment, education, recreation, in a variety of multimodal options defines mobility. Specifically mitigate the need for a personal automobile. So moving on then to use permit criteria number 4, the compatibility with existing surrounding structures and uses. Here, all site traffic will route to and from Broadway Road unless responding to a customer call in the Hughes Acre neighborhood. That's another stipulation that we're willing to commit to as part of this hopeful approval, that these will be going in and out towards Broadway and not utilizing the Hughes Acre neighborhood. And then finally, that last criteria, that adequate control of disruptive behavior both inside and outside the premises, which may create a nuisance to the surrounding area or general public. So we would also propose an additional stipulation that a phone number for a community liaison will be posted on the site. So if a neighbor has concerns, there's a direct number that will be manned. Again, there is somebody on site 24/7. There's actually 3 people that will be there that will have a direct connection if there's issues or concerns. And then as a summary of the stipulations that we would propose based on some of the concerns we have heard, again, vehicles shall not utilize backup beepers generating noise greater than the ambient conditions. No cleaning activities that generate noise greater than the ambient conditions between 10 and 6. All site traffic to and from Broadway Road unless responding to a customer call in the Hughes Acre neighborhood. And finally, that a phone number for a community liaison would be posted on site to address neighborhood concerns. Finally, just to touch on one last topic, there has been substantial coordination on this application with SRP. Actually started back in October of 2024. As I mentioned to you, that's part of what made this site attractive. SRP has confirmed there's more than sufficient capacity for this use, that it will not have any impact on the residential area. It is not something that causes rates to go up. It's not going to cause outages. There is sufficient infrastructure here for this site without substation improvements. If there's any additional transformers, things like that are required, that of course is all funded by my client here, TerraWatt. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions or save the remainder of my time for rebuttal.
Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Forte?
I just wanted to get this on record. So you're saying there will be no idling in the neighborhood? They'll be completely contained to this one property?
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Member Forte. So yes, I think by doing this, I can't guarantee that other companies won't have other vehicles there, but this provides specifically a staging area for our cars to be here, not be in the neighborhood.
So when you say you can't guarantee other companies, what do you mean by that?
Chairman Johnson, Commissioner Forte, I'm speaking to the cars that here are ultimately on this site. There may be other users, other companies that do something. So
But what I'm saying is the autonomous vehicles that will be utilizing this site will only be, there won't be any idling in the neighborhood.
They will be staging here on site. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Miller?
Just one question. So you're mentioning other companies. It doesn't matter what vehicles you're talking about, but
Thank you for not asking me.
you're going to be providing your services to people who contract for it, correct? Autonomous vehicle providers services, like a Waymo or a Lyft or somebody like that, not necessarily them, but who actually are your customers, correct?
So Chairman Johnson, Commissioner Miller, my client's a developer. They have partnership with companies that will operate the fleet. They will operate the site, so they will be responsible for the conditions that we're stipulating to here. But you're correct that they'll be partnering with a company that will have the fleet.
And there could be other companies who down the line decide, hey, this is a great place to charge our vehicles, but they would then, assuming that they partner with you, or they would still have to abide by the same conditions that your initial people are going to.
Chairman Johnson, Commissioner Miller, you are absolutely correct. The conditions run with the land.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, who do we have? Mr. Jasper?
Good evening, Chair, members of the Development Review Commission. My name is Chris Jasper, Senior Planner, City of Tempe. Happy to be presenting this item to you. So this is a request for a use permit to allow for a vehicle-based service, which we've deemed to be analogous to a sort of dispatch operation. The Zoning and Development Code did not contemplate specific autonomous vehicles, and so it is most analogous to what we would call a taxi dispatch use, based on the use characteristics that were detailed by the applicant. So the proposed use does include charging facilities for autonomous electric vehicles, which will, stay on site, be charged up, and then dispatch out to conduct their operations. Running concurrent with their use permit request is a minor development plan review. This is an administrative approval only, and that is what will approve or act upon the design for the site. So the site plan is provided here for your reference, but you're not acting on it at this time. So a couple things to note. There is a landscape buffer on the south that is required by code for any commercial user that is adjacent to or separated from an alley, separated by an alley from any single-family residential neighborhood. So in that landscape buffer, there are trees, a 6-foot open space, and then just north of that is where most of the electrical equipment will be located, the transformers and electric panels and whatnot. SRP will have access to those electric equipment through an easement. North of that are the vehicle charging stalls. Those are going to be covered by canopies, so the site is shaded very amply, so that does provide some flexibility with respect to landscaping. There are a number of easements on site which are relevant to note insofar as it may impact some of those design considerations. So there's water utilities running on the public alley, which impacts some of the tree placement, et cetera. As the applicant noted, there are 2 points of access. This has been reviewed and deemed acceptable by our transportation division to simplify the routing process. Those points of ingress and egress were shortened, or our typical standard is 30 feet. They were shortened down to 20 feet to kind of ensure that it was a one-way in, one-way out circulation pattern. So like I said, on the landscape plan, there is a landscape buffer on that south. Landscape buffer is also accompanied by an 8-foot masonry wall, which the applicant has provided. Will be approved through the development plan review. That is intended to serve as a screen of the site from the surrounding both single-family and multifamily residential neighborhoods. I've also included some references for the elevations of the proposed building. So as the applicant noted, there are obviously the 5 criteria for a use permit approval. And we did, the first item obviously is an increase in vehicular or pedestrian traffic. So we did have our transportation division staff take a look at this proposed use. They determined that it did not meet the standard for a traffic impact assessment, which is 75 peak hour trips. And so they identified no concerns associated with potential impacts on terrace or rights of way. And so the increase in traffic, while there will be some increase in traffic that is associated with any development, it was deemed not to be significant enough to fall short of this standard. So this criteria was deemed to be met. Additionally, number 2 is related to emissions, nuisances of odor, dust, noise, vibration, smoke. Because the vehicles are electrical powered, there was not anticipated to be a significant amount of noise. Staff is aware that anytime there's a vehicle-based operation, that there are cleaning activities that may occur, vacuuming, washing, et cetera, which is why we did include a stipulation to limit those activities to the daytime hours. However, we believe that is sufficient to mitigate those impacts, in addition to the stipulations proposed by the applicant related to the backing up beeping noises. For items for item 3, staff deemed that this is a long time infill site that has never been developed. It's been vacant since time immemorial. And so, this is a proposed redevelopment that, does move some of the investment objectives of the general plan forward. Item number 4 is related to compatibility. As I noted, there are several design features that are intended to mitigate impacts to adjoining single-family neighborhoods, including that landscape buffer, circulation pattern, and so on, which are further supported by the conditions of approval that both staff and the applicant have proposed. And finally, there is not anticipated to be any disruptive activities caused by this development. Getting into the public involvement portion, the neighborhood meeting was not required for this use permit request. To date, we have received, I have 32 letters of opposition. Since I finished up with this PowerPoint, that number has increased to 34 letters of opposition and 2 letters of support. Residents have noted concerns associated with traffic, noise, lighting, et cetera, and they believe that the proposed use is not appropriate or compatible with surrounding single-family residential uses. At this time, staff's recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. We do have the unique conditions that were included in your staff report, which relate to the vehicle cleaning activities, which staff had limited to, or kind of broadened to state that cleaning activities, including vacuuming or vehicle washing, would not occur between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. That was proposed to be modified by the applicant, which I'll show on the next slide. And then we did want to ensure that this site was only going to be utilized for standard passenger vehicles. We don't want semi-trucks, box trucks, et cetera, to be going in and out of this site with any frequency. So, the intent is that the vehicle bays, the charging bays, are going to only be for the standard passenger vehicles. So we have a condition to that effect, which the applicant has agreed to. As the applicant noted, they did wish to modify the request or the stipulation regarding the noise output for cleaning activities to be a little more generalized, so that any cleaning activities that generate noise greater than ambient conditions would not occur. So that kind of gives them a little more flexibility, so that they can do some things as long as they're quiet. Additionally, as the applicant noted, there are a couple other conditions related to the backing up beeping noise, that all traffic will route to and from Broadway Road. This was a condition that was identified in one of the letters of opposition. They requested that if this were to be approved, that traffic not go through Terrace Road past the single-family residential areas. And there was a request for more information about a point of contact if any issues were to occur in the neighborhood. And so there is stipulation to that effect. And staff has no objections to any of these conditions, but would certainly be willing to listen to feedback. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Forte?
So one of the concerns that I was hearing is that the turn from Terrace to Broadway is a little quick. Is there anything on the city side that we can do, especially knowing that there's going to be increased amount of traffic from that site?
Yeah, so you're referring to the signal timing mechanism for left turns? Yeah, that's certainly something we can look at with our transportation division. We can evaluate the impacts that this particular use might have on that particular intersection. Yeah, we'd have to study it, and I can share it with our traffic and transit divisions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now we will open our public comment period. Anyone who is here tonight wishing to speak, please fill out one of these comment cards if you have not already and bring it up to Jonah Berry. I have quite a handful here, so we will work to get through these. I will call out the person that is up and then who will also be on deck. So John Hoyt, you are up, and Mary Hoyt, you are on deck.
Good evening. My name is John Hoyt. I am a 50-year resident of Tempe and 32 years living 5 houses from the proposed site down Palmcroft Drive. I am going to talk to you tonight about the future. We heard a bit about what they expect their usage to be now, but we haven't heard anything about what it's going to look like tomorrow. And I've been there 32 years, and God willing, I'll be there another 32 years. We know that EVs and autonomous vehicles are the future, and I think that's great. I'm not opposed to those at all. And we also know that the way that technology moves, it will continue to get bigger, better, faster. The way that our economy moves, we will continue to drive towards more profits, which means more cars, more miles. All of my comments are going to be from the lens of safety of the people who live in this neighborhood, in particular, the children that live in this neighborhood and walk to and from QT and Sonic and Safeway and Chipotle and all of those places. The applicant has proposed 31 stalls for the autonomous vehicle fleet that will operate round the clock. All of my references here are coming from the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Arizona Department of Transportation, and from Waymo's documentation. If you want the citations for any of these, I have them for you. The US DOT reports that the average charging time is 42 minutes. That was based on an analysis of 2.4 million cars, or sessions, I mean. So you do the math on that. At full capacity, whenever that comes, maybe tomorrow, maybe 5 years from now, maybe 10 years from now, we're talking about over 1,000 cars a day. Now, the U.S. Department of Energy is also talking about funding vehicle battery technologies that will increase the throughput of charging. They anticipate that in the next 5 years, that the charging technologies and battery technologies will improve by 25%. So in 5 years, at full capacity, we will be looking at 1,400 cars a year, or 1,400 cars a day coming into our neighborhood. That is 511,000 cars a year coming into our neighborhood, endangering our children. The applicant said that the accidents were reduced. That's great. She did not say they were eliminated. It is not a matter of if someone gets hit or a car gets hit by these cars. It is a matter of when and how severe it will be. This is, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mary Hoyt, and then on deck we have Connie Becky.
Beckery.
Okay, Beckery, thank you.
Mary, Tempe resident. I live with that handsome guy. We've lived in our home 32 years. I've been a Tempe resident for 39 years. I plan on living with him for the rest of my life in the house that we're in. We would have what you call probably like a small town neighborhood. We know our neighbors. We invite each other to parties. We invite each other to the family weddings. We talk in our streets. The loop that we live in is not a throughway loop. So anybody that is in our loop is us. On Terrace, a lot of the kids, a lot of us, we walk to the grocery store, we walk to QT, we walk there. The site that they're proposing, which hasn't come up at all, is right next to a high school. I don't know if any of you, I was a teenage driver. I've raised teenage drivers. They're not the safest people in the world. The site is right next to, the school is on Broadway. The site that this proposal is more south, is right next to the school where the teenagers are. The apartment complex that is right next to that school houses a lot of college students that use their scooters, they use their bikes, they walk. Some of them drive, yes. But the amount of vehicles that are going to be in our area is just ridiculous. Like my husband, I'm not opposed to EV vehicles at all. I don't think they should be in a neighborhood. Our daughter's house, one of our daughters, is one of the houses that's set 76 feet away. She wasn't able to be here tonight, but 76 feet away. Her house backs up to the alley that the lights would be shining at, that they talked about. I think this proposal and plan for the location that it is ridiculous. My experience with Tempe government, I'm sorry to say, is they usually opt with money instead of people and residents. I am hoping you will prove that theory wrong and you will choose residents over money. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then next up is Connie Beckley with Todd Smith on deck.
Okay, tonight we heard a lot of information dealing with numbers on a building and how that discussion went. And I have to say, have we had any discussion of how this is going to impact people? I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything that says, we care about this neighborhood, we care about these children, we care about these families who like to spend time in their front yards and their backyards and walk to their friend's house. And that makes me really angry. I have just a lot of questions, like how many vehicles? We haven't heard anything about that. You talked about the pathway that goes up to Broadway. There's no turn signal there. And if you do increase that light, I'll let you know that the street at University, Broadway and Rural is also very congested, and you're going to get a lot of congestion of traffic there. Is that the only pathway they're going to go through? The other station I went to in Scottsdale, they had a business entrance, so they could go in a circle and around, and it wouldn't impede people who were trying to go to the grocery store or the other stores that are around in that area. I've heard that there's a 25 to 35 average per hour of these cars. That's a lot. Do we have any know how much that's going to impact the people in this neighborhood? Do we even care? Where are the extra vehicles going to be housed? She said that they would be housed right there in that plot. That was not the case with the place in Scottsdale. That's not what I saw. I saw them going in and out, in and out, in and out. I'm curious of how this is going to affect my property value. Is it going to be better? Is it going to be worse? Who's going to want to live in this neighborhood with this going on? How will this improve my life? I don't think it will. How will this increase our electric bills? When will they start adding the trucks? Because we knew when they started the Orbit bus, they said, oh, we'll never put the big buses on the streets. Are the big buses on the street? Yes, they are. What is this ambient noise? How loud is that? Who will monitor these agreements that they pointed out? Now, if there's an extra power station needed, how does that impact people who are sensitive to that kind of stuff? And where will that be built? And we also know that that stuff causes cancer. I just wish you would consider the human aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Smith with Shireen Aben Smith on deck. Sherry, maybe? Sorry if I'm skewered your name. Oh, sorry, Cheryl. Thank you. Todd.
Hi, I'm Todd Smith. I'll live 3 doors down from this proposed site. I have a couple of photos to share. I don't know if we can turn this projector on or anything like that. Okay.
I haven't seen that used in a long time. Okay. If you can describe what you're showing, you'd like to show us?
Well, yes, because basically the existing site that's at the 101 in McDowell, it's considerably larger. It has an auxiliary parking space beside it, as well as an area that's even bigger for the charging section. And I spent about 30 minutes out there about 2 nights ago watching the cars. And in 30 minutes, it averaged 2 or 3 cars a minute coming in and out of this facility. And even though they had this big overflow parking lot, sometimes the cars would turn in there, but a lot of times the cars would just come in, make a U-turn, go back down the street, make a U-turn, and come back. For some reason, they didn't use the overflow parking lot. And I'm concerned that that would be what would happen in this case, that you know, I don't know how the software works, it's dispatching the units, but anyway, this is the terrace site.
You can't show it on that, but you can't share something.
Okay, I think there was a copy that okay. I'm concerned that the cars are going to come down the street and then use the Palmcroft loop to kind of stage themselves. It was the first time I'd heard earlier that that's not the plan, that the cars will not enter this neighborhood, which is fantastic. But, seeing what's going on in Scottsdale, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the way the cars behaved. Also, you heard people mention about QT and Chipotle and stuff like that. That is, if you just go up Terrace to Broadway, right across to the other side is QT. There are a lot of people that walk right where the cars are going to be staging. They walk on that street to go to QT, to go over to Chipotle. That intersection is probably one of the most dangerous in Tempe. People coming out of QT are turning left across the traffic all the time. That's the typical way that they come out. Sometimes they go straight. There's people that do U-turns. There's scooters running the wrong way on the sidewalks coming out of the apartment buildings. So again, you throw in all of those electric cars, this is just going to be chaos up here. If you figure, the 2 or 3 cars per minute that I observed, that figures out to be 2,800 to 4,000 cars a day. Even if this site only had half that, that would be 1,000 cars a day in that area. So, all right. Thank you so
sir.
much.
Appreciate it. Cheryl Aubin-Smith and Jeffrey Shell on deck.
Hello, I'm Cheryl Aubin-Smith, and I've lived in the Hughes Acre neighborhood on and off for almost 40 years. I find it unlikely that the cars will never divert from being on Terrace. I also want to add that there's teen drivers in the area. I just went through having my teenager learn how to drive. So as we're exiting up Terrace, as the cars would be, again, there's always scooters coming. There's a huge white transformer box. You can't see them. And I'm pretty sure there'll be some accidents there. There's a pretty big disregard for the law at that intersection. It's terrifying. So there's also a school on the other side of our neighborhood, Our Lady of Mount Carmel School. Fortunately, there's a back access that is right in the middle of our horseshoe area. And I have counted between 15 and 20 kids a day walking or biking in the neighborhood, crossing Terrace, being picked up by families. The traffic greatly increases every morning from 7:30 to 8:15 and greatly increases every day from roughly 2:30 to 3:15. And then, because we are a very populous family group, we have anytime between 20 to 30 grandkids in the neighborhood on any given weekend, riding their bikes, scooters, running around, playing in the rain. And it's probably one of the most densely populated neighborhoods in Tempe with children. I just find it appalling that this is already being presented as a recommendation when we were given no chance for input. Someone knocked on my door a year and a half ago. There was no neighborhood meeting, and I find it very one-sided that it should be presented and recommended without having had any of our input. And as you can see, we're all pretty opposed to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Shell with Gary, I believe it's Brennan on deck.
My name is Jeff Shell. I live in Tempe, just a little ways away, about 700 yards away from the proposed site. I'm in support of this charging station, and I've heard the comments from some of my neighbors on why they oppose it. The comments generally fall into 3 points. Increased traffic, that could be a safety issue for the children in our neighborhood. The power usage could negatively affect the availability of electricity on the grid. And 3, the noise of the facility could be bothersome. I believe this can, number 1, the issue of safety can easily be addressed, and it has been addressed by the company pledging to use the Broadway entrance, Broadway through Terrace. There are no residences between Broadway and the proposed site. There are no residences on that section. If they proceed south from Broadway to the charging station, they would not pose any risk. In fact, given the ability of the self-driving autonomous vehicles to detect potential at-risk situations such as pedestrians, they would probably be safer than people driving vehicles, and that was confirmed by the statistics that the lady presented earlier. Number two, power usage concerns are proposed by people who know very little about how electricity usage is managed. The grid flexes intelligently to balance load demands, and if anything, the downside is on the part of the charging station, which might be forced to charge their vehicles more slowly because residences are drawing more power. SRP has very sophisticated capability to balance load, and the statement earlier about SRP assuring that the grid can handle it puts that concern to rest. Number three concern was the noise generated by cleaning. I don't see that as being significant. It would very minimally affect the residences that are closest to the facility, and we already have plenty of noise from the cars and trucks on Broadway, to say nothing of the train tracks a little farther north and the car wash currently on Broadway and Terrace. This is such a minor and I think really rather petty concern. It should be beneath the threshold of any serious objection. On the positive side, this proposed station would be a welcome addition.
Thank you, sir. Gary Brennan? Oh, okay, good. And on deck is Justin Rucker. If you could state your name and city of residence, please.
I'm Gary Brennan. I'm a resident of Terrace Road. Been in Tempe since 1974. Been in that neighborhood, Hughes Acres, since 1993. I bicycled here down that road where we have many people. It's a multi-use road. The intersection, I'm unhappy that the city did not study the throughput and the number of vehicles traveling through that intersection at Broadway and Terrace Road with the QT, a Plasma Center, Safeway, Ace Hardware, AAA. Our neighborhood is bracketed by multi-development, huge developments of apartment complexes on Broadway and on Southern. Terrace Road and Dorsey Road drain those people through and bring them through. I've seen numerous times at that intersection of Terrace and Broadway where big SUVs or persons like myself who drive pickup trucks come over the top of the sidewalk, putting people in wheelchairs, on scooters, or pedestrians in danger. So study the street, take a look at it. Some of that road has to be improved. We have to think about what's going to happen as we put 1,000 vehicles, even through the middle of the night, be in our neighborhood on a holiday weekend. Any 4-bedroom house that sells in that neighborhood gets converted to what we just heard about on Alameda. 6 bedrooms, they sell the place by 1 bed at a time, and so we have cars along a street that was developed and designed in 1960. That street didn't anticipate the number of vehicles or the traffic patterns that we have today. So it is a safety issue. Who uses our streets? Old person, 75 plus years old, with my 16-year-old dog, children, school buses, elsewise. I avoid that intersection of Terrace and Broadway Road now by going out to side streets, because once you get 3 cars queued up, you can't make the left turn with 1 cycle of the light. That then gets complicated by the scooters, the bicycles, the pedestrians, coursing the sidewalks on both the south and the north side of Broadway Road. And the reason why is because we designed Broadway Road to move cars off of the freeways and get them through Tempe a few years ago as we designed that. So think about those things. Last thing I would say is that having been the chairperson of the Hughes Acres Neighborhood Association, people in Hughes Acres support autonomous vehicles. We support the Lyft and Uber drivers. But again, I referenced the holiday weekends. Come into the neighborhood on any 3-day weekend during ASU's semesters, and you will just see a whole number of vehicles coursing up and down. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Justin Rucker with Mark Van Brunt up on deck.
Hello, I'm Justin Rucker. I live at 2112 South Terrace Road. In fact, you can see my house from one of Wendy's slides. Very close to and I'm not going to tell you a whole lot about a lot of things that have already been mentioned here. I'll mention a few things that maybe haven't been brought up already. I've been a resident of Tempe for 14 years, and in this house, close to 8 years. So the light pollution from these facilities is pretty intense. We visited the one on McDowell Road that Todd mentioned, and there's a lot of light that comes from there, and the cars themselves have a lot of flashing lights, and so I'd invite you to look at that. I would also like to define what ambient noise is in terms of decibels, so that we can specify that rather than say it's a nebulous ambient condition. Also, I have 4 young daughters, and we live right, our front yard is right on Terrace Road, and our kids like to play in the grass, and I'm afraid that with all of this additional traffic, that they may not have that as an option anymore. And I'm glad some people brought up the congestion of traffic at that light at Terrace and Broadway. That is a big concern. There are the couple of schools that were mentioned. My children attend Our Lady of Mount Carmel School and do walk to school. And one of my children is hearing impaired. And so the EVs are pretty quiet, and it's hard for her sometimes to hear those coming down the street. I'm not opposed at all to EVs, just like a lot of the people that have come up here and said things. I'm very much support them, just not in our neighborhood. And let's see. That's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Van Brunt with Nicholas Keller on deck. If you could state your name and city residence, please.
Mark Van Brunt, 2124 South Terrace, right next door to Justin, right across the street from everybody else here. I have, one of the things I draw on in looking at this is I have a graduate degree in city planning and worked in some municipalities, and I know how the disciplines that come with looking at some of the impact of something like this. And this is what I think disturbs me most at this point. I don't think it's been cumulatively really looked at. This whole idea of ambient noise, this is the ambient noise that's moving through the neighborhood, that's going to, apparently not going to go back south on Terrace, but these things are easily built by developers, and not, you have really very little control over their management. And so this, I'd ask you if you would want one of these in your neighborhood. We have 6 children, 9 grandchildren. They're over there every week. It is on bikes. I just would really ask you to really take a much harder look at all the implications that have been brought up here that are both environmental, traffic. I don't think the electrical one is and some of the others that were brought up by a colleague. So I would, at this point, really plead with you to take some time to address all these issues before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Keller with Dennis Ricardo on deck.
Good evening, commissioners. My name's Nick Keller. I live just near Terrace Road.
like Mr. Van Brunt, I have an academic background in urban planning. I also have experience with infill development. In my current day job, I work on implementing sustainable principles into development, like green stormwater infrastructure. So I can see why Tempe is really for this. You know, it's in line with their climate goals. I just mentioned that because I'm pro-sustainable development, and I think development should both advance Tempe's goals and strengthen existing neighborhoods, but this proposal doesn't seem to do that. I know the parcel personally. I played there as a kid, and we've envisioned like community serving amenities, and I'm not sure that this kind of fits that. This lot, a lot of people said it was vacant. It's never really been up for sale on the market. Like, it came to market and sold pretty much immediately. So I think there's a lot better uses. This is not the highest and best use of that lot for the neighborhood. And as PCC, like, it's supposed to enhance the neighborhood. And I don't think this enhances our neighborhood in any sort of capacity. Also, the general plan has this as mix or multifamily development, so that's more in line with what the neighborhood needs than this proposal. Finally, I just wanted to note that they mentioned the traffic count and like a drive-through for a coffee shop. Well, no developer with a drive-through would put a drive-through coffee shop right here, so I don't really think that's like a fair comparison. Like, a developer would put it on the main arterial. That intersection at Terrace is just, it is a nightmare. It's super dangerous, and adding in more vehicles would just make it more dangerous. It would need to be completely reconfigured, arrows added, things like that. So I just would ask that you guys reconsider and take a deeper look across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dennis Ricardo with Lori DeLuca on deck.
My name again is Dennis Ricardo. My family and I have lived at Terrace and Bishop for the last 45 years. I appreciate the chance to talk about this because I am very much opposed to this use. I mean, I'm not an expert in zoning, but to me, this is an industrial use right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Now, you've heard about the traffic light. I won't mention any more than that, other than to say, with this use implemented there, that traffic light is going to be a nightmare for everybody that has to go through it. Our neighborhood has lots of kids, has lots of college kids. There's a high percentage of rentals in that neighborhood. Most of those rentals are college student rentals. They have lots of cars. We have houses in our neighborhood that have 5, 6 cars in 2 per house. So it gets a little complicated. And, I know that the plan is not to let any of these cars go south of this into the neighborhood. I don't see how you can force that. I mean, there's Waymo cars running around there all the time now. So I think this is something that should be thought more. I think there needs to be some thorough examination of that traffic light and the use of that traffic light and what it's going to be like. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dennis Ricardo. Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. I didn't move that across. Lori DeLuca, please. With Elizabeth Baker on deck.
Hello. I didn't have anything.
Sorry, if you could state your name and city of residence. Thank
Lori
you.
DeLuca, Tempe.
Thank you.
I don't have anything sort of formally written up as some of the other people did, but I wanted to express my views. I hear what everybody's saying about the traffic, et cetera, but I have something else that I'm very concerned about that I don't hear anybody talking about, and that is surveillance, because I am totally opposed to these vehicles entirely. And I don't think that people realize what's really going on and what's really happening with these companies. And I have been in the technology field, and I can assure you that these aren't just nice little vehicles that are roaming around helping people out to get rides or to bring them their pizza. That's not why they're spending billions of dollars. So regardless of you addressing for this attorney, these multiple things, it's no. Because we already have Polar Labs, which I have already been discussing with the city at length, ad nauseam, roaming around the neighborhoods. And for an extended period of time, they had one-page website, no address, no contact number, no LinkedIn, no business profile, no response back to emails. And they're being, quote, remotely monitored by a place where they could not tell you. These vehicles can also be hacked, okay, by hackers. You don't have anybody operating them. When they say, oh, they can, just go in this way, how are you going to control that? There's no person in them. Is the company going to force them to only go in one way? And then are we going to end up with an area like we have on Rural where Dutch Brother Coffee is? I'm really here for the kids in the future. That's really what we need to be talking about, because these are surveillance vehicles and we have souls. We have souls. We're people. And the only thing that should be surveilling us is God. The sun and the moon above us can watch over us. The hands of God can watch over us. But these vehicles roaming all over the place, taking pictures every 2 seconds of everything you do, facial recognition, run by the same companies that are at war in other countries, where they ride these autonomous vehicles and they just explode, where they take facial recognition and put them into a database. I worked in the industry. I'll never work in the industry again, and I'll never be a part of this. And I ask you to take that into consideration.
Thank you very much.
Is that my 3 minutes?
Yeah, thank you. Elizabeth Baker with Jennifer Hyde-Vilonis on deck.
I'm Elizabeth Baker. I live in Tempe. I'm also a fifth-generation Arizonan, and not that has a lot to do with anything. I live in the neighborhood. I'm very concerned about the amount of traffic that this will increase. As has been pointed out, it seems to be an industrial use in what is a neighborhood setting. I mean, there's schools. There's a school immediately north. There's the Catholic school immediately to the west. There's kids that are going to McClintock High School. They're going to Meyer Montessori that's on Dorsey. So there's a lot of traffic in there. And I just think that it is an incompatible usage of that lot. You seem to have great concerns about light pollution on commercial buildings down in South Tempe with no consideration about what it may do to our neighborhood. And I've lived in my house in Hughes Acres for 36 years, so I've watched it deteriorate. I can't even get streetlights on my street, so maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing if you would improve our quality of life and not make a business bottom line better for another company.
Thank you. Jennifer Hyde, and help me with your last name. Vilonis, okay. I did have that right. If you could restate your name for me and city of residence, please.
I am Jennifer Hyde-Vilonis. I moved into this neighborhood in 1985. I went to the elementary school. I went to the high school at Tempe High. I also taught at Meyer Elementary and kindergarten years ago. I have 5 children, and we are currently living in this neighborhood as well. And it really saddens me that, again, Tempe, as they said earlier, is not thinking about the people and the children, especially in the future of this neighborhood. When you guys installed, or not you guys, but when the fiber optic lines were installed in the neighborhood, let me tell you, people with sensitive bodies got really affected by that. It drove a lot of stress. Now you're gonna add a giant square where they're gonna be charging a lot of electricity. Think about what that's gonna cause to people's bodies. And if it's known to cause cancer, think about the children in this neighborhood that would possibly be getting cancer, as well as the safety of the cars coming back and forth. And I really would hope that you would oppose the loop that would be going around, because it would not be safe for the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Samantha Boehringer with Jana Lynn Granillo on deck. And if you could state your name and city residence, please.
Hi, my name is Samantha Boringer, and I'm a member of the Hughes Acres neighborhood in Tempe, which is directly adjacent to the location under discussion. I submitted an opposition letter in advance of this meeting, which can be found in the packet. Yesterday, I also submitted 35 signatures from other neighbors in support of that letter. As a resident of Tempe, I'm no stranger to autonomous vehicles navigating our streets. Our city has been at the forefront of adoption for this new technology, so I was surprised to see that our city policies have not changed with it. For example, I noticed there was no transportation impact study required for this project. When reviewing as to why it wasn't required, I noticed that the words autonomous or self-driving are not listed anywhere in the policy, and these words are also not found in the examples of what defines a vehicle-based service for the use permit. That's concerning to me, given that this new technology is wholly owned by large corporations operating fleets with hundreds of vehicles on our city streets, and we have no call-outs in our policies on how to evaluate their impact and the impact of their primary vendors, like the applicant. This use permit request isn't just for a standard run-of-the-mill taxi dispatch. The autonomous vehicle fleets to be serviced at this site at marginal value to the neighbors by acting as taxis for those that can afford them. These are pricey compared to Ubers, but they offer substantially more value to the corporations that own them by collecting limitless amounts of data on how to drive on the city streets so that they might expand into other localities. Vendors like the applicant are profiting from that expansion. This is also a new technology, and as mentioned by the applicant in their letter of explanation, they had 4 sites across the US last year that were planned to launch. So they also do not own or operate the fleets that they service, which is a concern for me. How can you ensure that these cars are not going to drive down Terrace if you don't own the fleet? Can the applicant really promise no impact to traffic patterns with the limited real-world operating experience and the lack of ownership of fleets? In my view, the lack of historical data from the applicant should justify special review from this commission to verify the applicant's claims that there will be no meaningful impact on our neighborhood's traffic patterns and safety. I also encourage the commission to consider how are we as a city ensuring that these fleets and their vendors are actually making our communities more livable if we're not doing traffic studies or other forms of specialized review for land use. How are we ensuring that these corporations are not taking advantage of our community and our willingness to adopt their new technology? If we fail to consider these questions now, we'll set a precedent for the future that allows these autonomous vehicle operators and the vendors that support them to enter into our city without fully understanding the impact on our infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Jana Lynn Granillo with Keith Taylor on deck. Hello again.
Hello again.
Thought I recognized that
Jana
name.
Lynn Granillo, Tempe resident. I am the chair of Meyer Park neighborhood, which is adjacent to Hughes Acres. Historically, Hughes Acres, Meyer Park, and rural Geneva have worked together for many years because we share the same infrastructure, the same roads, the same egress in and out of the neighborhood, and the same facilities that surround. I'm here in solidarity with directly with the Hughes Acres neighbors that are in opposition to this. And to add value to what is already said, I do want to say that I did serve on Tempe Tomorrow 2050, and the reference to that this fits into the plans for 2050, I think is taken a little bit out of context, because if you look at 2050, it highlights neighborhoods first. Neighborhoods first,
neighborhood preservation, as I recall, the discussion regarding sustainability, it was in support of the neighborhoods and not that we would have a charging station in our neighborhood. I'm not against autonomous vehicles. I think that this is the wrong place. It should be in an industrial area, especially if you look at a global goal as stated like that. It needs to be in an area that is like an industrial area that will affect the city at large. What else and I looked at the code. I think, again, as Sam said, this will set a precedence. I didn't find anything regarding autonomous vehicles. You have stuff about vehicle use, prohibited stuff, commercial, what is the intent? This is entirely new. So this will set a precedent going forward, and I am concerned about that. I also don't believe that diverting the traffic will eliminate traffic through the neighborhood based on the fleets that they have. And additionally, this is for fleets. This isn't for me. If I was to buy a electric vehicle, I couldn't go over there and charge it. It's for somebody else. It isn't for me. What else do I want to say that I can add to this? No local control. Oh, quick analogy. If you look at the zoning, okay, commercial, and then the PCC1, and then there's an alley, and then there's residential. I don't know if any of you are the age when we used to be able to smoke in an office where we worked. But there was like, here's the smoking section, the cubicle, and then there's a line, and there's the non-smoking section. Well, guess what happened to that smoke? Even with smokeless ashtrays, it came over to us. So I think the proximity in which this proposal is being made has some applicability to the residential neighborhood. Thank you for your time and your consideration. And again, I'm in opposition of this build. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Tyler, and then you're the last one that I have. If there's anyone else wishing to speak, please bring up a card up front.
Hi, my name is Keith. I lived here in Tempe for 20 years, and I'm asking that you deny the permit or whatever for this, solely because it's going to change the characteristic of the neighborhood. Like having thousands of vehicles come in is not why I moved here 20 years ago. This is an industrial process, like a factory, a battery charging factory. So I don't think it's appropriate in our neighborhood. Like I said, most importantly, having all these vehicles and traffic is going to change the characteristic of the neighborhood. So I'm asking that you deny it or reject it. Coffee shop would be better.
Thank you. And then last up, we have Mike Baker.
I got confused because my wife is Elizabeth Baker. And so when you called up,
Okay.
kind of blew my mind a little.
He doesn't look like my
My name is Mike Baker. I've actually been living in and out of Tempe for the past 25 years. I'm married into Tempe, and I do appreciate Tempe. I made a conscious decision about 5 years ago to move back here after serving for 21 years. And I'm a teacher in Tempe now. It's kind of ironic. Somebody had talked about families fleeing to Gilbert. I almost feel like this is perpetuating that fleeing of families because we become more corporate-based, and Tempe's all about making money. So we're shutting schools, and we're building charging stations in communities. It's just kind of ironic. My question is this: are you going to ask the question? I walked in here, and there was no traffic impact assessment conducted. Where's the transparency on the data that was used? Was the data that you're looking at that caused you to not conduct that assessment, was it given to you by the interested party? Or was there a disinterested party that you could use data to actually show growth? Because she made it very clear, the woman that was representing the company that wants to build here, that they are open for business, that they don't own their fleet, and that they intend to expand if given the opportunity. So again, when you're looking at traffic patterns, when you're looking at traffic density, what data are you looking at? I really would appreciate it if you asked that question. Because like another gentleman said, these roads were built in the 60s. And these satellite pictures that you're using, because I'm pretty sure they've never been in my neighborhood, the satellite picture I see of my house, the house is a different color. They're old. And I can tell you this, and Ms. Spears, you said it yourself, people don't park in their garages. They park on the streets. And you can look the data up that these cars get confused when traffic patterns get really congested. So it's not really a safety issue. I'm sure that you can see that these autonomous vehicles are very safe. It's the people that encounter the autonomous vehicles that don't know what they're doing. All right, so there is data out there that shows that these vehicles, when they have to make a three-point turn or when they get caught up in traffic jams, they tend to not really understand what to do. And the humans have to react to that. We get a lot of roads because of all the parking on the street sides, they turn into one-lane roads. And some people have to yield to other people. And these cars do get confused, and I've seen it. But thank you. I ask that you do look at that data, please. Transparency, thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Howell? And that will be our last one that I have.
Good evening. Thank you for your time.
Uh,
My
you
name
see-
is Nancy Howe.
thank you.
I am a current resident of Chandler. I was a longtime resident of Tempe. I did actually not plan to talk about this particular issue tonight. It's new to me. Oops, I'm sorry. Closer? Excess wind noise, are we good? Great. But as I heard the residents talking about, well, various problems, but one of them was how do you ensure that you keep the autonomous vehicles out of the neighborhood? You know, they're not supposed to go there unless that's their destination. But I was just curious. So as I sat in the audience just now, I did what many of you might do. I took out my phone, pulled up Google Maps, and I said, what if I wanted to get to this location on Terrace from Superstition Freeway? And I picked something just a little bit east of Rural Road. And sure enough, Google Maps gave me a route. In fact, as you probably are familiar with, it gave me two routes. One route was what you'd expect, up Rural Road, over to Broadway, and back down on Terrace. Lovely, exactly what you want. But the second route, up Rural Road, through the neighborhood surprisingly far south, and right through the Hughes Acres neighborhood. So my point would be, yes, they're not supposed to go there, but when it's time to come home for a charge, are these vehicles going to take the easiest route? Maybe it's a Saturday night and ASU's got a football game and rural's a little congested. Off they go into the neighborhood because some software, Google Maps in this case, will show them to go there. Just something to think about, not just for this particular case, but other cases where neighbors have cut through traffic, where folks are going there because that's where the software directs them. I don't know that these autonomous vehicles will be using Google Maps, but they will be using similar technology. Something to keep in mind. We hope those vehicles aren't going through the neighborhood, but I just now got directed right through the neighborhood up to that autonomous vehicle site. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. All right.
Would it be possible for me to speak?
No, I'm sorry. We had the public comments, and it's limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and you had your 3 minutes. So thank you. Thank you for speaking. And I actually want to thank everybody for respecting that 3 minutes. I think this is the first time that we've had such respect for the 3-minute beeper. Typically, people will talk over that quite a bit sometimes, and I think you all have been very respectful for that. So thank you very much. And I invite the applicant back up to respond.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, would it be possible to jump back to slide 36 of our presentation? And I won't be long. I realize the night is getting long here. Jump forward here. No, I think that's me. I got it. Thank you. You've heard a lot this evening about concerns about traffic in the neighborhood. I understand that, but one of the ways that we reduce traffic in this community is through the use of autonomous vehicles. And by putting those closer to a neighborhood where that traffic is, you create greater usage versus trying to put them off in industrial areas. You've talked earlier tonight about ADU legislation. We know what's coming with ADUs. We know that that gets worse. Autonomous vehicles offer one alternative that help mitigate those concerns. If we want less traffic, this is one of the ways, frankly, that we get there. You also heard a lot about safety. But by every single metric, autonomous vehicles are significantly safer than ones you and I drive. They are programmed, they have to follow the law, they have to abide the law, they don't text when they drive, they're not driven by a teenager. They are programmed in a way to be significantly safer. They also can be programmed in a way to avoid coming through that neighborhood. The same people smart enough to create these autonomous vehicles are smart enough to program them and work with us through our contract that will require that they not go through that neighborhood. You heard about a site at 1 and 1 in McDowell. I want to be clear, that is not one of our sites. In fact, we had to go look it up. We weren't even sure what they were talking about. So we don't want to be compared by that metric. That is not one that we're involved with. Here, the developer has made pretty significant commitments on the record. I would respectfully request this commission recognize that this is a use that it's permitted. It's permitted in our existing zoning with the use permit. If we have been able to demonstrate that we meet each of these criteria, and I would suggest to you that we have, that there's not an increase in vehicular traffic, in fact, there's less, that this is not going to be a nuisance, particularly with the conditions that we've made, that it is something that is actually supported by the adopted plans, by the general plan, which we've demonstrated through the specific language in Tempe tomorrow, that we've ensured that it's compatible with existing surrounding uses and structures, and that we put in place adequate controls of disruptive behavior. Again, my client has put forth significant stipulations. They're willing to commit to them, to live with them, to mitigate any potential concerns on this site. With that, I would respectfully request approval, and of course, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions for the applicant?
And I think it was less than 3 minutes.
There was a question related to light pollution. Can you address that?
Yes, certainly, Chairman Johnson. So light pollution, first of all, the lights will be mounted underneath the canopies. So there's canopies on site. Everything will have to be screened and shielded down. And then you'll notice on the perimeter of the site, as we discussed, there's going to be an 8-foot masonry wall, thick landscaping. So we are not concerned that there will be any light pollution here.
And what about on the west side of the property? I know there's a currently existing half wall. Is that going to stay, or is that being removed?
It's actually, Chairman Johnson, that will be removed. There will be some non-scalable metal fencing that's added and some landscaping that will be there as well.
And that landscaping is to help deflect that. And I see the building is also on that.
That's correct.
Side of
Yeah,
it.
thank you. You got there before I did.
Yeah, okay. I was just thinking about the car lights pointing out in that direction. There was a discussion, there were a lot of questions and a lot to get through, but staging of cars when spots are unavailable, what will happen when will vehicles come to this location?
So when
charging?
spots are available, they'll be able to monitor how many spots are on site, and that's why they have that staging area, those 12 vehicles along the northern perimeter as well. It's pretty carefully managed.
So we won't see cycling in and out of Broadway Road on Terrace while they wait for a space to open up?
Chairman Johnson, I mean, again, that's specifically why the staging area is here on site, is to avoid that exact condition.
I have a general question because of the way that this was worded. Is there any restriction on non-electric vehicles or autonomous vehicles to operate out of this site? Say a taxi fleet, say autonomous vehicles get outlawed, what does this site become?
I think, Chairman Johnson, if autonomous vehicles get outlawed, I think the use permit would go away, and a taxi fleet wouldn't require a use permit here. It can go here by right today. So that's when I talked early on about the irony of needing a use permit for the AV fleet, but I think a taxi fleet would be a commercial fleet or commercial parking that is permitted.
Good, thank you. And the size of this lot and the number of parking spaces is defined by the shape of a parking space and the requirements of a parking space. So there's no additional spaces that can be added to this site.
That's correct.
And then, yeah, the last question I think you did address a little bit, but if there's any more you might like to add, how will the Broadway Road access be enforced?
Chairman Johnson, it will be enforced through our contract with the fleet. So we will have a contract that requires that they are not able to do that.
Okay. Other questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Would the city like to respond to anything? Sure.
Commission, Chair Johnson, happy to elucidate, but not at length given the hour.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just a couple minor things, well, maybe not minor, just a couple notes regarding light trespass. That is reviewed with our building permit submittal. The applicant will be required to submit a photometric plan that shows 0 light trespass at the property line. As the applicant noted, this is enforced by designing the lights with, on the underside of those parking canopies with shielding, by locating them at the primary drive entrances and not near the edges of the property. There will be a landscape buffer and on the south side with ample shade trees, and on the west side with a row of bushes that are intended to serve as a screen for the multifamily complex to the west. So that was contemplated in that design and through our review process. I did want to clarify that if the operation ceased to be an autonomous vehicle facility, that would represent a substantial modification of the use. A general taxi service would still require a use permit. We would, at minimum, require a use permit transfer, which could be administrative. If the operation differs, in staff's opinion, to be substantial, they would have to go through a new use permit process. So the intent is that this use permit would approve this specific operation, subject to the conditions as approved by the DRC.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes, a question for staff. We've heard a lot about traffic and traffic studies that didn't exist or weren't done because they weren't needed or whatever. Do you have an idea, and can you tell us, or can you get us data on what the average number of vehicle trips on this section of terrace between the site and Broadway is right now?
I can coordinate, Chair, Commissioner Miller, I can coordinate with our transportation division to obtain that data to see what we do have on file. I don't have that information readily available at this time.
Well, and the reason I ask is that we're talking, and I'll use the term quasi-industrial use here. And that will generate significant traffic flow, even if it's only going up from the site to Broadway. But we have no idea right now of what the current or the existing utilization is, whether it's three cars an hour or 50 cars an hour or something like that. So I think without having some basis of making a determination, it's impossible to say that there won't be an impact on the traffic in that area, because we don't know what the traffic is now. And the only thing that the only piece of information we have is that there will be somewhere around 1,000 vehicle trips into and out of the charging station on a daily basis.
Chair, Commissioner Miller, fair point. I will note that we did receive a trip generation statement pretty early on in the process. This was shared with our transportation division. Their primary concern was less about the traffic impact, hence why a traffic impact assessment or analysis was not required. It did not meet the threshold based on their criteria. But also, their primary concern, as I was saying, was that the speed humps on Terrace be maintained. So that was shared with our internal division, and that was not identified as a specific concern, but we can certainly follow up about that as needed.
Well, I am somewhat sensitive to the idea that the impact could be fairly significant on the Broadway Terrace intersection. And that is fairly busy from time to time. So, well, I'm not there all the time, so I don't know. Thank you.
Commissioner Spears?
The general plan has this shown as multifamily, is that correct?
Chair Commissioner Spears, I believe that is correct.
And do you have an idea how many units would be approved for that as a multifamily housing?
So currently the site is zoned for PCC, so any residential development would require a use permit. And I believe the maximum, I would hate to name the maximum density off the top of my head.
What I'm getting at is I'm guessing the daily traffic for any multifamily going in there is going to be more than 25 or 45 or 50 cars a day. It is zoned properly for these, so you're right, it would have to require a rezone to come in for multifamily. And it's a use permit request. That's simply all it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Vice Chair?
Yeah, one of the comments I heard was regarding defining ambient noise, and I thought that made a lot of sense. I would just ask that could be something worked out between the applicant and the city versus a vague terminology of what noise is allowable.
Yes, Chair Commissioner Schwartz. That is a language that is more or less in our noise ordinance, as any noise violation is anything that exceeds ambient noise or that would, be reasonably assumed to cause a disturbance. That's as a result of recent changes to our noise ordinance specifically, which did at one time contain specific decibel levels. That was intentionally removed due to for a variety of reasons. So, this condition is somewhat consistent with what we have in our noise ordinance, which would also be applicable to any noise produced at this site or any site.
Thanks for clarifying.
I just want to back up one step. So the city has extensive data on traffic counts on our city roads, don't we?
Commissioner Johnson, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I think your point, Commissioner Miller, was that we don't have it in front of us. Right, okay, because, we know how many trips are generated or happening on that roadway. And our traffic engineering group reviewed this, I assume, and looked at that.
Chair Johnson, that's correct, yes. And they did not anticipate or find any issues with the additional vehicle trips generated by this site compared to current capacity.
Okay. I just want to be clear that it wasn't that the city doesn't have that information. The city does have that information and utilizes that. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. With that, we will close out the public comment period and open it up to commissioner discussion or motions. Commissioner Forte.
So I've been looking at this project for a few weeks now, probably as long as some of you guys have been seeing it. And I had three main concerns. One, the vehicle's idling, waiting for charging. And the applicant shared that this would happen at the lot. The traffic within the neighborhood, and the applicant shared that the progress or the program of the vehicles to ingress and egress from Broadway into Terrace, and then the backup noise in the lot, which I would say a stipulation would be for no backup noise. But coming here, I see a new issue, and that's the neighborhood doesn't seem to want this. So I can't support it as it is.
Please keep your noise level low, please. Thank you. Other comments from the commission? Commissioner Spears?
I move for the approval of PL 250149.
Okay, any other comments before we have a second?
Commissioner, are you including the 4 additional conditions?
Including the conditions as presented, yes.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion on the table for approval by Commissioner Spears and a second by Commissioner Tom. And I will call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And there are Commissioner Tom, Vice Chair, myself, and Commissioner Spears are in favor, and those opposed, Commissioner Miller and Commissioner Forte. That motion passes 4-2. All right. Please keep the comments down. And
How many people have been here for hours to oppose it? It's shame on you, it's not your neighborhood.
thank you.
Yeah, what's our reason?
All right, item number 4I is next.
How much did you get paid? You get paid for that vote?
I appreciate that everyone knows that we are volunteers on this commission and we do not get paid, so thank you. Item 4I, Venegala residents, please.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Monica Perez. I am the representative for Ram Venegala, who is the owner. Oh, thank you. My name is Monica Perez. I am the representative for the Venegala residents. Ram Venegala is the owner. A little background on this. He purchased this property earlier this year, and we are requesting to park in the front, 2 parking spaces within the front yard setback. The garage had already been converted prior to him purchasing the property. So it was a 3-bedroom. It is now a 4-bedroom because the garage was converted into an additional bedroom and a laundry room. He liked it. He would like to keep it. He would like to get it permitted, hence the request for the use permit. So what I put together, just the information that I just gave you right now. It was already previously unpermitted. He would like to go ahead and bring it into compliance. And a side note, earlier someone asked what happens when the construction is already done and then it gets permitted. So that's between the contractor, the owner, and the inspector. Once the inspector goes on site, he determines what walls he wants opened up. He determines if he needs footings installed, and so all that gets taken care of on site to make sure that the end result is code compliant before it's approved. I have a little aerial map here. We are on the northeast corner of East Manhattan and McAllister. Here is a site plan of the existing residence and the location of the requested 2 parking spaces, which are in yellow. The green area is the distance between the rear of a vehicle to the sidewalk. And as you can see, well, it's approximately 6 to 7 feet. So there's plenty of room back there. It would not be, the vehicles would not be parked over the sidewalk, if that is a concern. What I did was drove down the neighborhood using Google Maps, and I wanted to show a few residents that also have already had their garage or carport converted, and I wanted to give an idea of what a vehicle looks like parked in that driveway after the conversion has been completed. So here's an idea, just to give you an idea. This location actually added a carport. You can see you can almost fit a second vehicle behind it, far away from the sidewalk, not impeding at all. Same thing with this location as well. They converted their garage into a livable space, and they are still able to park vehicles within their driveway, in their front yard, on the driveway. Same thing here, full-size pickup truck. Again, plenty of room behind it. And in regards to our location, which is 541 East Manhattan, I put a little compilation together of what the property looked like up until today, and courtesy of Google Maps. So that was 2007, 2011, and the reason I'm showing this is I don't ever think that garage was used as a garage. It looks like maybe it was used as storage. There were plenty of items in front of it throughout the years that kind of remain there. again, according to Google Maps. And this vehicle was parked in the front yard numerous times. And I did look into it myself, where there were no violations. There weren't any violations for this house where vehicles were parked in the driveway. Why are these vehicles consistently parked in the driveway? Because they were not using their garage when it was existing. Somebody cleaned it up there in 2022, and then between 2022 and 2025 is a little gap. I'm not sure what's happening, but the owner that I'm representing purchased it earlier this year and cleaned it all up. So they're still in their landscaping phase. This is what the house looks like, bare bones. So this was before. Here is after. They did lots into the backyard. They've already done a ton of landscaping in the backyard. That's completed, and they're working on the front now. So what I'm here for, again, is to request the two parking spaces within the front setback. A couple of items I want to touch on. One is the term front yard. Parking within the front yard setback is kind of deceiving. When someone hears we were requesting to park in the front yard, they usually think it's the gravel, landscape, grass area. Obviously, we're not doing that. The driveway happens to be located in that location as well. So we're only looking to park in what's already allotted, nothing additional. That's number one. And then the second part would be, we are not asking for an increase in any parking quantity. This is a single-family home. It will remain a single-family home. As previously stated, it was 3-bedroom. It is currently 4-bedroom with that garage conversion. And again, it will remain a single-family home. I believe it's on Zillow right now, being rented as a single-family home, looking for a family. And again, no parking increase whatsoever. Any questions?
Questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. And now I'd like to invite Ms. Mayfield to the city.
Hello, my name is Roseanne Grodegood. I'm a resident of Tempe. I live across
I'm
the
sorry,
street.
hold on one second. We haven't opened up the public comment period. We're asking the city to present their
Oh,
side.
gosh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I thought sorry.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Whitney Mayfield, City of Tempe Planning. I'll be discussing the Venegala residence. This is a single-family residence that's located in a neighborhood that's zoned R16 for single-family residential. And as you see, it is a corner lot. There are some context photos that were just shared by the applicant as well. I'd like to give a reminder that the work has already been done. It was unpermitted, and so they are seeking to bring this into compliance with the Zoning and Development Code by fulfilling the required 2 parking spaces in the front yard setback. And these are more context photos of the site. Here is a site plan that shows that the 2 parking spaces will be in the front yard setback. They will not encroach into the right-of-way on the property, and they also meet the parking dimensions as required by the Zoning and Development Code. And this residence, with the additions that are being made, this will go from being a 3-bedroom single-family residence to a 4th bedroom. And then there's going to be an addition of a laundry room. That won't be included in the bedroom count. So with the addition, with any additions that are made, they are supposed to be brought into compliance with the code, which is why this triggers the need for 2 required parking spaces. And those are the building elevations. Generally, we found that this does meet the criteria, the approval criteria, because there's no change to the residential use. The addition will add 1 bedroom to the home, making it a 4-bedroom home, which requires those 2 spaces. 4 bedrooms seems to be in character with the neighborhood, and there won't be an expansion of the building footprint as they've converted the prior garage into livable space. And with the So I spoke on the compatibility of this. There is some parking that is on Manhattan that allows for one space that's right in front of the residence. And then there are some parking opportunities on McAllister, but there are some restrictions as well. There was no neighborhood meeting that was required for this, for use permits. And to date, we've received 2 comments in opposition with concerns of excess parking along the curb. There have been a couple of mentions of potential for increased traffic, some concerns of expansion of the driveway, and then concerns of college students parking on the gravel. I've also shared those concerns with our applicant as well. So we did find that they meet the approval criteria, and we are recommending approval of this use permit. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for city staff? No? Okay. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we will open up the public comment period. If anyone here is wishing to speak on this item tonight, please fill out one of these cards and bring it up to the front, Joanna Berry. The one card I have is Roseanne Grootgoed. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, if you could repeat your name.
That was close.
Okay.
Roseanne Grodygood. I'm resident in Tempe. I live across the street. I am not opposed to the 2 parking spots. Me, myself, as well as numerous neighbors surrounding the area were concerned as to whether there was going to be an expansion of the driveway. As noted in the pictures, it looks like the driveway already accommodates 2 cars, which, we're fine with that, because the person did say that the garage was enclosed into a living space. So that it did add another bedroom. And the neighbor that did live there used to use it as a parking garage and then kind of turned it more into storage. But as we're not against using, because he's already had that expanded for years now, that driveway. So we weren't against that. We just did not want any more concrete added to the front of the lot. So that was all I had to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to respond? The applicant like to respond to comments, or you're welcome to?
So first and foremost, Roseanne, thanks for coming out. It's great to hear neighbors who are involved. So again, I would like to reiterate that there will not be additional concrete added. The existing concrete that's there will remain. Nothing will be added. And again, 2 cars is what we're looking for. The family that moves in may only have 1. Again, single family residence, we're not looking to increase it. It's not going to be individual rooms for rent. And again, landscaping is still being done on the property.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? No? All right, with that, we will close out the public comment period, and I will entertain comments from the commission or a motion. Commissioner Spears?
I move for the approval of PL 250236.
Okay, and move for approval by Commissioner Spears. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Miller. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Next up is 4Q. Ballantine Elite, request a use permit to allow fitness center. The applicant would please, oh, I'm sorry, Ballin. What did I say? There's no T in there. Ballin Elite.
This shows like me?
I'm like,
No.
what is happening? Ballin Elite. All right.
Well, thank you. Good evening and almost good morning, I guess, right here, guys? So, no. I'm Anthony Farinola. I'm the owner of Ballin Elite. Here with my wife, Randy, right back there. We're parents of 2 young boys, and we're small business owners bringing a youth basketball training facility to Tempe. We appreciate the staff support and the opportunity to present tonight. Ballin Elite is a family-operated, youth-focused basketball training facility serving players ages 8 to 16. Our goal is to give kids a safe, structured place to develop their shooting and basketball fundamentals while building confidence and discipline. Actually, in this picture right here, what you're actually seeing is similar use in Peoria, and this is somewhat like what you're going to see. You're going to see bays with a shooting bay, and typically what you're going to find is one to 2 shooter. It allows for 2 shooters per bay, but we'll kind of show you what that looks like here. But that is my son shooting at a shooting bay. So our facility overview, Our suite is 102, and it totals 7,535 square feet. And what you're actually seeing here is the cutout of what will actually be occupied as the gym space, which is actually 5,200 square feet, dedicated to our training. Our layout includes 9 small shooting bays, as pictured here, and each is limited to 1 or 2 players, and 1 half court for small group sessions. The facility operates under staff supervision at all times, and with totals to about 10 to 15 occupants per hour is what we're actually going to see in this facility. And in my next slide, you're looking at, I will explain how that actually operates and works based upon this use. So we're actually appointment-based, and we've partnered with one of the top appointment and membership booking softwares for this type of use. We specifically did this based upon our facility layout. As you guys see right here, all member sessions are booked online by our clients, and that's great because this is all client-driven for our basketball youth and for their parents to be able to book times at our facility. We staggered start times to prevent overlap and congestion. Our coaches and staff will manage check-in and parking flow at the facility as well. And we're primarily membership-based. So we do offer some drop-in sessions. We will open a couple of bays for drop-in for any athletes that maybe their parents can't afford, or maybe they just can't, they're not in range of our facility, but can only visit it infrequently. So we will have some drop-in. This gives us consistent and predictable traffic. We know exactly who's coming in and when. We do allow limited controlled drop-ins, but only during non-member booked times. So they're going to be able to see that through our booking software on our site as well too. All of our sessions are staggered in 30 to 60-minute blocks, keeping parking and activity evenly spread throughout the day. And parking and traffic. So on site here at the McKinney Business Plaza, we have 101 parking spaces and 21 bike spaces, which city staff has confirmed is more than adequate for our use. Neighboring tenants are light industrial and operate weekdays 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., while our activity is primarily evenings and weekends, so there's no overlap or parking conflict. All of our uses occur indoors, and our traffic is light and consistent based upon our modeling. All right, who's this stud on the, I don't know, maybe you're looking at my kids. I'm joking. All of our uses are indoors. We don't use outdoor lighting, amplified music. Our operations are quiet and fall within the standard of commercial noise levels. We're low impact. And this use fits comfortably within the business park and enhances the surrounding community. This past Sunday, my wife and I hosted an open house at our facility for the neighboring community so that they could understand what this was. When these signs get posted, they don't tell a story. You see the big red border, and neighbors were looking at the sign. So we actually partnered with the local HOA community that neighbors our facility and sent out a message to the entirety of the HOA board for Ray Ranch Estates. And we hosted an open house on Sunday. We had around 30 residents, including HOA board members, come to visit our facility. When they looked at it, they were surprised to see how small it was. It's 5,200 square feet. They said, "Where's the rest?" And we said, "Right here." Our intent is exactly what I've shown you guys. It's a shooting facility for students and for athletes, a safe place for people to go, and it's controlled, and that's exactly how my wife and I designed this business model. With our residents that did come in there after touring the facility, most of them left with a clear understanding and support for our use. We'll continue open communication moving forward, and I did give every single community member my personal information, and I did receive some calls, even for in favor. I'm just gonna go to closing. We appreciate the city's thorough review and the staff's recommendation for approval. All in Elite is family-owned, youth-driven business that provides Tempe kids a safe, structured space to train and grow. We're proud to be a positive addition to the community, and thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any
All right.
questions?
We'll call you back up after the public comment period. All right, Mr. Jasper?
Good evening, Chair, members of the commission.
Hello
I'll be
again.
presenting this item for Ballin Elite. There we are. So this is a request for a use permit to allow a fitness center in the GID zoning district as a retail use in GID. A use permit is required, otherwise it would be an otherwise permitted use in a more typical commercial district. The proposed operation is to take place in Suite 102 of a 5-suite mixed, not mixed use, but multi-use light industrial facility. Other uses in the building include manufacturing and largely warehousing. One of the primary complaints that staff received was related to parking, specifically on this site. Based on our zoning and development code standards, if you were to add up all of the uses divided by the required parking ratio, technically the site is deficient. However, the city offers what's called a shared parking model. It's a time of day model that essentially assumes peak parking times throughout the day. So it allocates parking obligations when the site is going to be most often used for each particular user and operation characteristic. So for example, a warehouse use is going to have most of its parking early in the morning between 8 and about 10 and at 5 p.m. Because of the specific mix of uses where, for example, this particular user will have very limited parking parking obligations early in the morning, and most of it will be after 5 p.m. Using this model, staff determined that there is sufficient parking available and that the shared parking model does provide some relief. So this was processed as an administrative application that had not been completed at the time of the publication of the staff report, but has been completed as of now. So the site, in staff's opinion, and based on the data available, can accommodate all parking generated by and for the site. So there should not be any overflow into the surrounding streets or neighborhoods. As the applicant noted, this is an inline suite in an existing office warehousing complex. The actual suite itself is about 7,500 square feet with a half court on the far end that can accommodate some group activities, but is not designed realistically to accommodate large-scale tournaments, which I know has been a source of some consternation related to a nearby sports facility, the Court 1 facility just up the street on McKemey. Based on all of the criteria in the use permit, for use permit applications, staff's determination is that there are no conflicts with any of those use permit criteria. The quantity of parking available is sufficient. It will not result in an increase of traffic. Noise or nuisances are not anticipated to be an issue. Staff noted that the peak hour use will provide additional visual surveillance and activity at a time in an area where there isn't much. So our police department actually very specifically pointed this out as a good use for this area. And staff found that the proposed use is compatible with surrounding uses, which does include an existing sports facility just up the street, and that there are no disruptive behaviors anticipated to result as a continuation of operation of this use. It's getting late, so I apologize. We have received 4 letters of opposition to the request, which did cite concerns related to parking and traffic, and 13 letters of support. There was no neighborhood meeting required, so all of the applicant's outreach was voluntary in nature, and staff's recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, and there are no unique conditions associated with this application.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we will open up the public comment period. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please bring up one of these cards to Ms. Berry. I have a few in my hands. I will call out your name. Please approach, restate your name and city of residence, and I'll call who's on deck. So Nancy Howe is up first with Doug Seitz on deck. We do them in order so that I have them here. So Nancy, please approach first, and we'll have Doug next.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Howe. I am a resident of Chandler, and I live immediately south of the proposed facility. Having seen the facility during the open house on the weekend, I'm not opposed. I think it's probably a good thing for the neighborhood. I do want to point out that city staff's using the other athletic facility as a positive, saying that's there and this will be better, is probably not appropriate. We do have, I see some smiles, I see some nods. I think you folks are aware that we have tremendous parking issues with the other sports facility that is already there. They have far more people, and I would suspect that far more people than Ball and Elite will have, and they have, I would guess, on their on-premises, less parking, and we know this because we see the parking issues in our neighborhood as the cars, while they're not supposed to come into our neighborhood, they stretch all the way from the other athletic facility into our area. That being said, I attended the open house. I looked at, okay, how many people can they put in this? Because these are shooting bays, not full courts. I'm comfortable with the fact that while they may have competitions, they need, by definition, they need to be small because there just isn't that much space. I would have one question for staff and the council or the commission, that should this owner decide to increase to an additional suite, would there be another public hearing? And if that were the case, I'd be perfectly fine with the proposal as it stands. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Doug Seitz with Patricia Straves on deck.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. So my name is Doug Seitz. I'm currently a resident in Chandler, but I've lived in Tempe since 1972, and then about 15 is when we moved to Chandler. So I will tell you there's two big concerns that the residents have over this. And one was a bunch of the youths running around from basketball stuff, and then the other was the parking. The youth, he cleared up. It's going to be younger kids, so they're not driving themselves. That solved that problem. I have submitted photos of the parking issues that Court 1 generates, and we've talked to the city of Tempe, we've talked to parking enforcement, we've spoken with the fire department and also the police department. It's just an ongoing thing. So at first, when we heard what it was going to be as a fitness center, that was okay, but then we found out it was going to be a basketball facility. That sort of raised the concern. And then included in those traffic photos is a screenshot of a posting from social media that states that they will feature, and I quote, rentals, training, tournaments, community events, and much more. And I think that's what really got everybody wound up to say, hey, we can't have another one, even if there's just one car that overflows. So they were correct. They had an open house. They were very open to let everybody in. They gave a complete explanation of their business model. They explained it pretty similar to what we heard here tonight. 9 bays, 1 person per bay, maybe sometimes 2, and then some kids on the half court. So that would bring the numbers roughly to about maybe 19 to 28 people. They also explained that they would not be having any spectator-related equipment, such as bleachers or anything of that nature, only some small tables that would allow the parents to wait for their children while they're being coached and practicing. So when presented the concerns of large crowd, expanding the business into the other suites, they explained that it's an appointment-based members only and no drop-ins. As for the expanding the business, they explained the suites on either side are occupied and they can't expand, nor do they intend to in the future. And we said, yeah, but if your business takes off in the future, you could, no, that's not gonna happen. This is it. However, shortly after that, some of the messaging started becoming a little bit confused. And due to time constraints, I'll make this fast. when we showed them the posting, they said, no, or mentioned it. They said, no, you're looking at somebody else's website. That's not us. That's not our company. We didn't post that. So Kim pulled it up and showed her, and she said, oh, well, that's just a filler page or a bookmark, but we didn't put that up. But later, one of the residents went there and said, yeah, they said that they posted that. I think it was on, maybe not on their website, but it was on social media, and that's one of the prints that's in there. That's where this big concern comes into. And there's nothing that we can say that they're not going to take over the other suites as they come up, because this is also under new ownership. They explained it's an LLC created specifically for this building. The other thing was, with this low group of people, he explained that he had already been to the city of Tempe and had them rezone this parking from assigned to shared parking. So now I have access to 101 places. And I don't know why somebody needs 101 parking places for that. There was some other messaging that raised a concern. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Patricia Strauss, thank you. And then Terry Seckel on deck. And if you could restate your name properly for me.
Strauss,
Thank
and I
you.
live at 1342 North McKinney on the south side of Knox.
Okay.
I live about 200 feet from this site.
Thank you.
I came here because Court 1 took over a warehouse, and they have basketball courts. And on weekends and nights, there can be as many as 100 to 150 cars on both sides of the street. They come from Court 1 all the way down, turn on to Knox, and this site is at Knox and to McKinney. The building is beautiful. In fact, all of them on that street they're just unbelievable. And the ones on the west side are a warehouse type thing, and huge, and they're hidden behind a fence, and all you see is the upper part. So zoning has done a fantastic job with those. But my concern when I saw that they were going to be a fitness place. Fitness places require a lot of cars, and I know that Court 1 cars came all the way down to Knox, turned, and they were coming into Ray Ranch Estates. The HOA had the police come out and put up signs and told us to call and have them towed. So anyway, my problem was I thought it was going to be the same thing. And there's just, that building does not have enough places to park, with the rest of them. So that was my complaint, is I think that Court 1 is more than enough with 150 cars taken up from Home Depot all the way down to Knox, and then turning on to Knox. And traffic is bad, and when you have both cars on both sides of that road, it makes it very bad to try to drive on that street. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Terry? Terry Seckel? If you could repeat your name and city of residence?
Sure. Terry Seckel. I'm a Chandler resident, and I live in Ray Ranch Estates. So we were very concerned about this, and echoing some of the concerns that have just been stated about Court 1. Court 1 has been a menace. They're also on McKinney, and they attract lots of traffic and parking all over everywhere, legally, illegally. A lot of the businesses had to put up signs that say no Court 1 parking to try to keep them out of their lots. And when they leave a bunch of trash. And so when we heard about this fitness center, that's what we were concerned about, that this is going to be a continuation or, expansion of that sort of problem. From what we've heard tonight, it sounds like this is contained and not going to have, big tournaments with requiring lots of cars and traffic, because we were concerned about more traffic through our neighborhood to get to the facility. And then, of course, you have noise and that goes along with that. It sounds like this should be much different, and we weren't aware that there was an open house. If we would have been, we would have gone, and that's I think that was nice of them to make that available. Yeah, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think for the most part, other than Court 1, all those businesses back there have been good neighbors, really, for the most part. So we didn't want another Court 1, and it sounds like that's not what this is. So I think it sounds okay to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, that was all the comment cards that I had.
Chair Johnson, I do have somebody online that wanted to speak. Mitch Brown. Let me unmute him just a moment.
Mitch Brown, please state your name and city of residence, and you are, please provide your comments.
My name is Mitch Brown. I am the president and CEO of Global Sports Holdings and Court 1 Athletics. We're located at 9100 South McKemey Street. We're a 50,000 square foot sports facility that provides indoor youth volleyball and basketball courts for hundreds of youth athletes every day of the week. We also host USA volleyball tournaments and AAU basketball tournaments on the weekends. Our facility is mainly used for female athletes. We've been at this location for about 15 years. And as you've heard from some of the other residents, we do have a lot of athletes, youth athletes that come to that facility, and we provide a great community service for youth athletes. We're opposed to this user permit for many concerns. The Balling Elite Sports facility, we don't believe, has been transparent with the number of people that they're going to actually house within their facility. Their 9 bays will accommodate 3 to 5 athletes. If you look at the picture that he presented in his slideshow, it's actually from another website and a company that's in Peoria from Swish Factory Net. They have multiple volleyball and basketball players, from 3 to 5 people in every bay. Their half-court facility will also house 3 to 4 teams on that facility alone. The average amount of players and athletes that will be in that building will be between 70 and 100. The 15 that he's quoting is not transparent, and it's not true. And so we're concerned that the amount of parking that he's going to be able to generate will be starting at the exact same time that we begin our practices at our facility, from 3 until 9:30 at night, and then on the weekends the same thing. His busiest time will be exactly the same time that Court 1 will be at, and we just believe that there will not be an impact. There will be a major impact. Parking already is a huge issue in that area. I don't know why the city would approve a second sports facility on the same street a few hundred feet away. Additional cars and traffic to the already congested area with limited parking is going to create more problems for the residential development across the street, and for all the other businesses that are in the industrial park. There is just one of the things that the city needs to consider. there's an overlap when he has people in their facility, just like ours. When a practice starts at 5 o'clock, there are other people that are coming to drop their kids off.
You've
And so-
reached your 3 minutes. If you could wrap up your comments, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, just this overlap period where there are multiple athletes that, from 50 to 100 athletes will be coming to a second session within an hour or so. There's not enough buffer. There will be street parking. They cannot park just in that parking lot alone. They will
Okay,
be
I
forced out onto
I
the
think we get your point. We appreciate your comments tonight, and thank you for waiting up with us.
Thank you.
All right, were there any other members of the public that wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'd like to invite the applicant back up to address any comments that you may have heard.
Yeah, definitely. First, I want to thank those first that did attend my open house that are here and have spoken in support. Those who didn't get to attend, you did receive an email from me. I'm an open book. I put all of my contact information, and I've already received some calls from the neighborhood as well too. As far as Court 1, that is not my business. I've put it all out there for you guys to see. It's structured. In our shooting base, it's actually in definition. We only allow 2 people per bay as the machines that we use. That's all it can be intended to be used for, is a max of 2, just to put some perspective on that. As much as I would love to say that our facility would be 100% occupied at 100% of my hours, come on guys, that's not the case. That would be phenomenal, but that's not the case. In my business modeling, and what I've shown is that in my peak hours, I will be 70% occupied, giving my direct representation of 10 to 15 people within my space a very correct annotation. So I just want to thank everybody tonight, thank those who came to support as well too, and that's all I have. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Were there any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you guys.
Mr. Jasper, did you want to add anything?
Yes, Chair Commission. I only have one thing to add. There was a question about what would happen if the business was successful and did expand into adjoining suites. That would represent an expansion of the use and would require an additional use permit and hearing. So the applicant would not be able to do that without coming back to the DRC.
Okay. Thank you. All right, with that, we will close out the public comment period, and I'll open up for commissioner discussion or motions. Any comments, motions? Anybody?
I'll move approval.
Commissioner Miller?
I'll move approval with the conditions as specified.
Okay.
I don't think there are many.
Motion for approval by Commissioner Miller. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Spears. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, and that passes unanimously. Next up is item 5B, which is Dorsey Station.
Normally I would say good evening, but it's a little late for that, so.
Good night.
Charles Humano for the record, on behalf of Dorsey Station. I know it's been a long evening, and I'll try to go through these quickly and then respond to more specific areas. Happy to spend as much time in any area as you'd like. We're happy to be here tonight. This is a project we've been working on for some time with the city. Josh is here, Chris is here. We've all spent a lot of time trying to get to this point, working through different plans to really redevelop an important piece of Tempe. The site today is pretty rough. It's an old Food City site. I think everybody here knows what it is. This site was built a very, very long time ago when what we think of Apache Boulevard was really US 60, and it was designed to be a series of strip malls and other things. Unfortunately, it is still exactly that, except it has been for some time vacant. It sadly sits at the crux of most of our infrastructure. The area, the region has spent, along with the federal government, billions of dollars putting light rail and streetcar to this place to make it a more pedestrian area with greater density. You can see in this picture, you can start to see that it's new form, but if you look back, it's still just an old strip center. We have worked, as I mentioned, with the city to try to provide affordable housing. This has been a big goal for the city. 90% of this site is affordable housing. There are roughly 400 units. Again, I'll try to speed through this. I know you've had a long evening, but we worked to create 2 sites and really build them as one in phases to change the character of the area, and to do it also by bringing in affordable housing and a grocery store. I'll speed through some of this given the time. I'm happy to go back and talk in greater detail, but the site, obviously, the street goes through the site at Dorsey Lane, but it's really 2 pieces. The Envision Center that the city has today will stay on the site, and we will work around that. One of the things you can tell we've done here is really step, and you'll hear probably some this evening, but really step away from the neighborhood as much as possible. The neighborhood along Chief Jones Way is a single-family neighborhood. The other areas are more multifamily in nature, and so we really worked hard. One of the things we heard from neighbors right away is that we had 4- and 5-story buildings on the site, some of them immediately adjacent to the neighborhood, and we heard that the best thing to do would be to move away. So you can see we're roughly 270 feet away from single-family homes in this area. To do that, we had to go to 6-story construction. It's a little more expensive. It does provide a better street presence and significantly gives people a buffer from the neighborhood. I hope that you're all familiar with the work that we've done along Farmer. That's probably the closest example. We're proud that the city has used some of the images on the general plan and other things. We think one of our signature elements is our landscaping, and we've tried to use the same landscaping patterns here by giving lots of street space to pedestrians so that even folks who aren't in the building will benefit from having a pedestrian experience, especially as it relates to its proximity to light rail, the streetcar, and then the grocery store. Done the same kind of streetscape along Chief Jones Way. We've worked hard again on the landscape plan, and again, moving buildings as far away from single family as we can on the site and still achieve the 400 units that the city is requiring of us. In this particular case, you can see that we've also included between the 2 buildings along Apache, a 1-story area that's a grocery store, which you'll see in a few minutes. And these are some of the renderings. I've worked hard to create something unique for the area that we think works really well. Palette of blue and white. Again, in addition to the design of each building, one of the things that's really important is from the street, what you feel is that expanded pedestrian zone, the higher quality materials, the robust landscaping. And we've done that for each of the buildings. This is the grocery store. Tried to provide good space, knowing that some folks will use it as part of the grocery store, others will use it probably buying items from the grocery store, but waiting until their train comes. And these are some of the images. Now, I'm happy to go back and cover some of these in greater detail. I realize it's, we're going to be approaching 10:30 before we get to a vote. I'm happy to answer questions. I'm happy to go into this in more detail. I'm happy to answer questions after we hear from the public, whatever your pleasure is, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll get back to you after the public comments. This is yours too, huh? All right, Mr. Jasper.
I'm sorry. Sorry you have to see so much of me tonight, but yes, this one is my item. So this is the Dorsey Station project. We are looking at a request for a planned area development, major development plan review for new mixed-use development with 400 dwelling units and approximately 1,100 square feet of new commercial floor area, 10,000 of which is proposed to be a grocery store. The subject development is made up of 2 sites, one of which is on the southwest corner of Lemon and Dorsey. That features 2 multi-family residential buildings. Just a quick note on this one, the development plans do include some improvements to the adjoining site, which is owned by the New School for the Arts. So all of those NS labeled parking stalls would be on their site for the New School for the Arts development. This particular site is currently a park and ride, which does lease some of the existing parking stalls to the new school to accommodate its users, its needs, its students and teachers. And there is ongoing coordination with the school to ensure that they benefit from this development. The site does require a PAD. It was upzoned to MU4 through a city-initiated rezoning a couple of years ago. Some of you may recall that. It was called Apache Central at the time. The PAD does establish standards related to height, density, parking setbacks, lot coverage, and landscaping. The subject site is in the TOD station area, and there are specific development standards for TOD station area sites, many of which the site does meet. There are some exceptions that are being processed in coordination with a development agreement. The southernmost site is on the literally the northeast corner of Dorsey and Apache. It extends all the way to the Chief Jones Way frontage. 6-story multifamily residential buildings are proposed along the Apache Boulevard frontage. There is a 4-story building north of those 2 taller buildings that adjoins the neighboring multifamily residential units to the north and is kind of catty corner, diagonal to the single-family residential area to the northeast. The applicant did note the landscape plan. There is an ample amount of high-quality plantings throughout both sites, so staff has no concerns associated with that. I'm happy to discuss it further. Buildings A and D are those along the Apache frontage, so these are going to be your primary views on Apache. It's a 6-story development with a lot of generous shading, soffits, and horizontal breaks. Building B, as the applicant noted, is the grocery store. A lot of masonry featured on the roof of that particular building. A lot of white brick utilized throughout this site. There's a very cohesive architectural style on all of the buildings, but each one is distinct in its own way, including Building C, which is going to be the one that is closest to the multifamily and single-family residential buildings. Quick note on Building C, that is going to house about 1,000 square feet for the benefit of the Envision Center food pantry operations. The parking for that food pantry is also going to be waived as part of that development agreement. So Building D, similar to Building A on Apache, and Buildings E and F are going to be those located on the Dorsey and Lemon site. They feature some unique materials, composite wood, greater amounts of masonry, a lot of deep recesses to kind of break up those facades. Very, very cohesive in style. We have all the renderings available. Happy to discuss them at length if any one of them stands out to you, but we can kind of keep moving through. All floor plans are available to discuss as well. There was a neighborhood meeting that was required. That was conducted on July 2nd at the Apache Police Substation, which 13 residents attended. It was a pretty robust conversation. There was concerns related to the traffic impacts to the north, in the neighborhoods to the north. And there were notes that there was too much surface parking provided given its location next to the light rail. There was general support for the density, which is maxed out at 65 dwelling units per acre per the general plan, and the building heights. And there was a lot of interest in the establishment of a neighborhood scale grocery store, which is one of the goals of the RFP and one of the goals of this particular development. To date, we've received 2 letters of opposition and 2 letters of support. The letters of opposition were from residents who did request some assurance that the commercial component would become a grocery store. That was an item that was discussed in detail at the neighborhood meeting. There was also some concern that the alley to the north on the Apache site would be used to serve the development, which is not proposed as part of development plans. That is right-of-way. No improvements are anticipated or needed. There was also a request for some increased density on this site. Our recommendation is to approve subject to conditions, which the applicant has reviewed and agreed to. So there were some revisions as we got through the end of the staff report publication process. There are 2 unique conditions of approval related to the driveway configuration, which is to be reviewed by our transportation division with building permits, and a condition that a maintenance agreement be required for specialty pavers in the right-of-way. So there are some unit pavers on the walkout side of Building D that would be in the right-of-way. That would require a maintenance agreement. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, should you have any.
Any questions for staff? Okay, thank you. All right, at this point, we will begin the public comment period. If there's anyone else here wishing to speak on this item, please bring up a card to Ms. Berry.
Chair Johnson, I do have David Sokolowski online to
Okay.
speak. Give me a second to unmute him.
Okay, we'll start with David.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you
All right.
Sorry, he's late.
All right, David, if you could state your name and city of residence.
Can you hear me okay? Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is David Sokolowski. I live in Tempe. Tempe has one of the worst housing shortages in the state and is a leading cause of the housing crisis. Based on the city's data, our entire affordable housing supply will be wiped out in 15 years. The city is losing 5 low-income units every single day, and 300 units is equal to about 60 days. That means this affordable housing project will buy the city enough time to get approval at the second city council hearing. That's pathetic. The city has a double standard. Every time we try to build affordable housing, we follow proper planning principles with setbacks and step downs. The city restricted this development to 50 units an acre. When we build market rate project, those principles don't apply. The report says the setback is 3 feet, but this project is up to 240 feet, the same as Gracie's Village. It's not a coincidence. People claimed affordable housing at Gracie's Village would reduce property values, even though it can increase property values. They claim it will increase crime, even though it can reduce crime. They claim renters are transients, even though 60% of our city are renters, including our mayor. I moved to Apache and Dorsey 13 years ago because it was multicultural and multimodal. Nobody has the right to say I'm not part of the community because I'm a renter. But I was displaced from this neighborhood because of rising rents. And I need affordable housing projects like this one, so people can stop calling me a transient. Tempe can't build only 60 units an acre. We don't have the land, or the money, or the time. There wasn't a problem with the market rate project on the south side of Apache, and the city approved 7 floors on the northwest corner of McClintock. The city can't claim to care about equity and inclusion while applying this standard only to affordable housing, like La Victoria Commons or Dorsey Station. You know what it's like when the state takes local control. We can't tolerate 10 or 15 years of Tempe being negligent, while the entire affordable housing supply evaporates. In California, SB 79 would allow 8 floors at transit stops like this one, regardless of single-story buildings. That's why I want this project to increase the density, and for you to support large-scale affordable housing projects in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, I do have 2 cards here, Charles Buss, and we have Stephen Cork on deck. So Charles, or is it Charles here? Okay. Charles, if you would like to come up and state your name and city of residence. And Stephen, you are on deck.
I'm Charles Buss. I represent University Heights neighborhood, which is directly north of this proposed project. I have been involved in many community groups over my life, and one of the key things we try to do is have affordable housing. So I'm not opposed to the project. There's a couple of items about the project that I don't care for. I have spoken many times to Mr. Hulemantel and even to Mayor Woods about the project. I would have preferred to see the building closest to the neighborhood, which is next to the fire station. It's the easternmost building. I would have preferred to see it at 5 stories instead of 6. I expressed this thought to Mr. Hulemantel, suggested that the displaced units could be put on the other parcel at Lemon and Dorsey, where we already have multi-story, high-density apartment housing already. He does not like that idea. I would at least like to see the building I'm talking about that's closest to the single-family homes have a shorter parapet wall. I've expressed this at other meetings before. I don't see it's going to be a problem, since people in single-story houses looking up at a 77-foot high building are not going to see the mechanical on the rooftop anyway. It's just from our point of view, it would look like a less onerous tall building if it had a shorter parapet wall on that side of it. So that's one idea I have. I also wanted to talk about the grocery store. I know Mr. Hulemantel's been looking for a grocery store. I've been looking for one. I think city staff has. And my biggest concern is that 10,000 square feet is not going to be enough. I would like to ask the commission to recommend 20,000 instead. I don't think that's going to bankrupt Mr. Hulemantel's project. He has almost 500,000 square feet that's going up. And I don't see that the contribution of another 10,000 for a viable grocery store space is going to hinder his ability to do this project. Talking to grocery stores like Aldi does 20 to 23,000 for a store. They are not personally interested in this, but it is the right size store for this location. And as I keep saying, 10,000 square feet is not going to be enough. At that size, all we're going to get is a convenience store. Many of the residents that live in this neighborhood, myself included, are lower income, and we can't afford convenience store prices. And the residents that you're catering this building to, they're supposed to be in affordable housing. They don't have the money to pay for overpriced convenience store items. They need a real grocery store. And so those are the reasons I'm asking for a bigger space, 20,000 instead of 10,000. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Stephen Cork.
Hello, thank you. I'm Stephen Cook. I'm a resident of Tempe. I am a native Tempe, and I've lived in the University Heights neighborhood for 13 years. I share Charles Buss's concerns about the development. I live, 2-minute walk from this development, so it'll directly impact me. And again, I've spoken before about the opportunities that these developments pose. One is that this corridor on Apache needs a walkable grocery store. We don't have one. And we had one with Food City, but it was closed down in 2020. And the mayor promised a comparable store, and we didn't get one for 5 years. And now they're talking about something that's greatly reduced. According to the Food Marketing Institute, the standard size of a grocery store is 30,000 to 50,000 square feet. So I think the 20,000 is a fair ask by Mr. Buss. I also wanted to take the opportunity to read a letter that my wife wrote to the council communicator. She attended a July 2nd meeting, and she had some concerns about her experience there. She sent it, and also sent on August 8th a second email requesting a response, and never received it, so I feel like it's my obligation to read it here, so I'll read it verbatim. She wrote, "To whom it may concern, I'm a resident of University Heights, and my family and I live on Hall Street, just north of Apache Boulevard. Our home is directly north of Fire Station 1 and lies east of the proposed development at Apache Boulevard and Dorsey Lane. On July 2nd, I attended the community meeting regarding the development held at the Tempe Police Department Apache Substation. There, I was briefly introduced to the developer Charles Mantle, and joined my neighbors in voicing concerns about the project. My primary concern is the increasing traffic in and around our neighborhood. With each new high-density development, we're seeing more vehicles using our local streets, including Hall Street, as cut-throughs to avoid U-turns on Apache or access larger roads like McClintock, University, and Rural. This traffic increase raises serious safety concerns, especially for pedestrians and children. As a parent of 2 boys, one of whom is developmentally and visually impaired, I am especially sensitive to the dangers of speeding vehicles in our small residential streets. We've also already experienced several close calls due to drivers rushing through the neighborhood. I'm particularly troubled by the proposed entrance and the exit to the development on Chief Jones Way, which would give direct access to Hall Street and encourage more cut-through traffic. I urge the developer to consider placing the entrance-exit directly on Apache Boulevard instead to reduce impact on the neighborhood. I raised this concern with Ms. Huelmantel during the meeting, but his response, like many others he gave, was dismissive and condescending. And I submit the remainder of this. You have it in the council communicator. I'd like to read the whole thing, but I'm out of time. But hopefully they'll respond to it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Was there anyone else tonight wishing to speak on this item? Okay, Mr. Humantel, you would like to respond?
Very briefly, would like to note that Josh and Chris and I really worked quite a bit on this project as it relates to the grocery store. We have been working with the city to find an appropriate grocer. We do believe that 10,000 square feet is the right number, and in fact, that's consistent with our development agreement with the city. That's sort of a decided issue, in our opinion. One of the things Chuck did mention was the idea that we would reduce one of the parapets. And we had offered to do that. There are some problems with that in the code. We're still happier to provide a lower parapet. The point he makes is a good one. It's not likely that there'll be an equally sized building north of us. And so if the commission prefers that we do a lower parapet, we're certainly willing to do that, to work with staff to accomplish that. I don't think the code allows that as it stands. But if that's something you wanted to direct us to, happy to do it. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions for the applicant? No? Okay, Mr. Jasper, is there anything else you wanted to add? And maybe specifically address the parapet too?
Chair, Commissioners, yeah, so as the applicant noted, there is a code requirement that roof-mounted electrical equipment be screened by a parapet that is at least as tall as the electrical equipment being screened. That is a code requirement, so there's not really much flexibility at this time related to that issue. So that particular building is shorter in height. It's 4 stories. So, you know, I don't know if there's any mechanism to waive that requirement, but I'm not aware of one.
And then the 10,000 square foot grocery store, that's...
Chair, members of the commission, I would have to defer specific questions about that matter to our economic development team. We do have representation at this meeting tonight from economic development. So.
Okay.
Members of the commission, my name is April Kroner. I'm the Deputy Economic Development Director. Relative to the 10,000 square foot grocer, that was put in the RFP, the request for proposals that we sent out for developers. So what is being proposed here complies with what we requested, the minimum 10,000 square foot grocer in the request for proposals.
Okay. So they were required to submit for a minimum of 10,000 square feet?
Correct.
Okay. And
they did comply with that.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
This complies with that. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? No? Okay. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, I will close out the public comment period and move to commissioner discussion. Or motions. Everyone's still with me. Anybody? Commissioner Tom.
I'll make a motion to approve PL 250278 with the conditions that were discussed today.
Okay, there's a motion for approval. Is there a second by Commissioner Tom? Is there seconded by Commissioner Spears? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Next item, and our last item, I believe, is item number 6A, Zoning and Development Code. Mr. Jasper? Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. Ms. Kaminsky? You don't want one more?
Tried to give it to him. Good evening, Chair Johnson, Commission, Diana Kaminsky, City of Tempe Principal Planner. I'm here to present on the Zoning and Development Code proposed amendments to the text with the incorporation of photovoltaic into the zoning code. So this started as a initiative through our Sustainability Committee. They have a consultant that was doing an evaluation of all the city documents and policies, trying to look at ways of bringing photovoltaic use more to the forefront and bringing it more to people's attention. And although the zoning code implicitly allows photovoltaics anywhere in the city, the only regulations are typically through building permitting process for the connections and structural part of it. They wanted to make sure that it was added into the zoning code. So we went through the different sections of the code with their consultant and their team and looked at places that we could add clarifications, including a new section specific to photovoltaic. So in this section of the code where we're talking about exceptions for height, we have exceptions to the code for building height. We're adding photovoltaic systems as a specific itemized list here in the list. Under mechanical equipment, this was actually a clarification. The existing code it said all rooftop mounted, and then it had ground mounted equipment kind of bunched into one statement, which has been a point of confusion for applicants. It's either rooftop mounted or ground mounted. It can't really be both. And they have different requirements. You use a parapet on the roof and you use a screening wall on the ground. So we separated those two things that were part of the existing code and then added the references to photovoltaic systems in this section as well. We do have a new section, 4408 is proposed specifically for photovoltaic systems. So this is an entirely new section to the code. It provides standards for how they would be addressed for single family. We do have the new code for engineered shade. You could conceivably have photovoltaic engineered shade in your front yard, but we wouldn't anticipate a ground-mounted entire front yard of solar panels. So if you wanted to do something in your backyard, there's different standards for that. And then for all other districts, it is a minor development plan review that we would take through the process for size, location, orientation, configuration, et cetera. And that would be as part of any minor development plan review that we have for any modifications to a site currently. The location of them, this is also talking about them not interfering with growth for required trees. So when we have shade canopies in commercial parking lots where it extends over a parking lot, we require that the end spaces not have the canopy extend so that we can still maintain a healthy tree growth and not interfere with the solar panels as well. And recognizing a discontinuance of use. They do have a lifespan. They may get damaged by storms. If they aren't repaired or replaced, we have a process then for discontinuing as we would similar to our cellular tower facilities. And we're adding new definitions for photovoltaic, for solar, and solar study. I'm not going to read these all to you. I gave it to you in your report. But we're recommending that you recommend approval of these conditions or these text amendments to council. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for staff? Commissioner Tom?
This is for only photovoltaic as an accessory use, so it wouldn't be allowed as these conditions as a commercial, just a
Like a
photovoltaic farm.
a photovoltaic farm, they would still need to meet whatever the zoning requirements were for that use. So this applies to any form of photovoltaic. And we would review that as a development plan review for the site. Can't imagine we'd have too many of those.
Yeah, I don't think that's an option
But it would-
really,
it
because there's no
would, you know,
land.
it-
But
Seem to be,
Maybe possibly on the roof of a large building, you could have an ancillary use in that case. But
okay.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have one question.
Commissioner Miller.
Does staff envision any kind of developmental incentives for people who are, building if they incorporate photovoltaic into their buildings as a way of generating additional energy? So they may in fact utilize it, and then they don't have as big an impact on the overall grid. Would that be something that the city might consider?
not through the zoning code. There are incentives through the tax programs that they have offered for people that are installing solar. They get tax rebates for those.
Yeah, I know.
But that's not a mechanism of the zoning code to do incentives for. We encourage solar-ready development, so adding the conduit, adding the infrastructure to allow it in the future. We encourage people to add it at their own, request, but we don't have a mechanism really to incentivize that financially.
Well, just because you don't right now doesn't mean you couldn't.
It's not part of the zoning code.
No, I understand, but it could be part of something the city could take up.
Duly noted, thank you.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, in item C, you're talking about mechanical equipment and you're listing photovoltaic systems that cannot be concealed. I guess, to me, that's not clear exactly what you're referring to in that component.
So if a photovoltaic system, which is an electrical system, has a mechanism that they become like rotating panels, there would be a mechanical aspect to it. We couldn't necessarily screen it in a way with like a screen wall that would shade the panel when it's tilted to collect sun. So it is broad, but it's recognizing that there may be conditions based on the site that we would not want to interfere with the use of the equipment.
Yeah, I guess my concern there would be just, it makes it feel like we're regulating maybe what you're able to do from a visual standpoint in that category.
That cannot be concealed due to their functional requirements. It's recognizing that.
I think when I read it, I thought of things like your inverters and other things that you really wouldn't want to screen and cover, but also the panels themselves. So just a comment.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Questions? Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. We have no public here to speak on this, so I'll move directly, I'll close out the public comment period and move to commissioner discussion or motions. Commissioner Spears?
I move for the approval, PL 250315.
Okay, Commissioner Spears has moved for the approval and Commissioner Forte has seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. Any commission member announcements? No? Okay, how about city staff announcements? Ms. Dalton?
No announcements. We'll just see you on November 18th.
All right. Okay, with that, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody, for sticking it out.